Chapter 22. Lei Dong did not purposely suppress his voice. Everyone in the surroundings heard him clearly, after which everyone was stunned. They thought that this person appeared to protect Lei Dong, or to protect the Lei clan. But from the conversation between the two, they seemed to be enemies, and there was an unresolvable hatred between them. Hearing Lei Dong's words, Huan Kai and the others finally understood Zi Chen's abnormality. The two were old enemies, and after meeting, they would not rest until one of them was dead. And Zi Chen's appearance was obviously not to kill this old enemy, but to save him. Save an old enemy. Such an action. How many people in the world could do it? Zi Chen looked at the laughing Lei Dong, but felt that it was not funny at all. He said calmly, "You had the chance to escape." Lei Dong's smile disappeared, and the mockery on his face was replaced by anger. "Why would I run? There are alien races everywhere. How is this King Star Road a place of opportunity? It's simply a land of death. No one can stop a saint. You could have escaped at any time, but you didn't. This is very different from my impression of you," Zi Chen said. Lei Dong's eyes showed mockery again. "This is why you changed your mind. Pretentious, you are too pretentious." Zi Chen looked at Lei Dong and did not say a word. The surroundings were also silent. Everyone's attention was on the two, and even the two saints did not continue forward. "I am not as great as you say. I also wanted to run, but unfortunately I owe someone a favor and promised to protect this place." Lei Dong sighed. "You are indeed not as great as you say," Zi Chen said indifferently. "Of course, these promises are nothing. How could they be more important than life and death? The most important thing is that I have nowhere to run. This place is like King Cage, trapping all the cultivators from the Life Star here until you die. Otherwise, there will be battles wherever you go." Lei Dong sighed. "If I keep running, it will become a habit, and I will lose all my courage. Before I kill you, I don't want to get used to running, and I'm too lazy to run. Luckily, I'll just stay here and do something stupid. I said you were an idiot before, but who knew that I would be an idiot this time too?" Zi Chen did not reply. Instead, he turned around and looked at the two saints. "Is your promise to protect the Thunder Clan? Now that I'm here, you can leave. Leave. If yours truly were to leave today, all of my good reputation would be taken away by you. Even though you are a little stupid, your brain is still sharp. You even know how to snatch my credit." Lei Dong laughed out mockingly once again. "Your injuries are very serious. You will die if you don't leave. Hee. Ever since you appeared, yours truly was destined to die." After resting for a while, Lei Dong struggled to stand up using the Thunder Spear. He stood 3 meters behind Zi Chen, looking at Zi Chen's back with a cold smile. Zi Chen frowned and said, "Our grudges will be solved after we get back to the Life Star. This is the Star Road. We have a common enemy." Lei Dong shook his head slowly and mocked. "I said that you were pretentious, but now I have to say that you are a little pedantic. Since it's a grudge, of course, it's better to solve it quickly. If you want to solve it after we get back to the Star Road, how much hatred will be squeezed out? Tell me, aren't you tired of living today? If we were in the same situation, I believe that I would have taken your head and started to search your soul." Zi Chen took a deep breath and said, "You should leave. I won't kill you. I didn't expect that I would stand in the same position as the one I hate the most, the one I want to kill the most." Lei Dong shook his head, not answering Yan's question. Then he lifted his head to look at the endless void and used all of his strength to shout, "Destiny, I never King believed in it, but this time I believe in it. I'm convinced." Then he turned around to look at Zi Chen and said with envy, "You're the one favored by destiny. You're so lucky." Zi Chen did not believe in fate, so he could not understand Lei Dong's crazy words. He was ready to end this conversation unilaterally. His body began to shine with golden light, and within the golden light, there was lightning swimming. The majesty of a saint appeared from Zi-Chen's body and spread in all directions. A heaven realm warrior had become a saint in just a blink of an eye. Your body has become a saint. You're really lucky, Lei Dong murmured. Lei Dong muttered. He, who was supporting himself with his long spear, did not continue forward. An undetectable smile appeared in his eyes. His tensed heart seemed to have completely relaxed. Screams arose unceasingly. The change of Zi-Chen's aura had shocked people. After the shock, people started to envy him. In this world, how many people could break through their physical body before their soul broke through to become a saint? Even if they became a saint, how many people could become a saint with their physical body? On the city wall, the people of the Thunder Clan cheered. Obviously, the Thunder Clan had another capable helper. Once he joined forces with Lei Dong, no one could threaten the Thunder Clan. Come on. Zi-Chen looked at the two indifferently and said indifferently. The two saints looked at each other and rushed toward Zi-Chen like two shooting stars. Zi-Chen clenched his fists. His golden physical strength surged with lightning. In fact, the existence of these lightning bolts didn't mean much. But at this moment, since he had chosen to fight for the Thunder Clan, he naturally had to act more like one. The two saints had a saber and a sword in their hands. Carrying powerful saint power, they rushed toward Zi-Chen. The sword light flashed and went straight for Zi-Chen's forehead. Zi-Chen clenched his fist and blocked with his left arm. Saint power surrounded his arm. Clang! The tip of the sword pierced the arm, producing a clanging sound. A huge repulsive force came from the arm and sent the saint flying with his sword. On the other side, the saber light swept down quickly and cut open the space with an indomitable force. This time, Zi-Chen didn't block. Instead, he clenched his right fist and punched the energy saber. This punch was full of power. It instantly exploded the space and turned into a black hole. His physical body collided with the energy weapon. With a loud bang, the energy weapon exploded under Zi-Chen's punch. Under the shocked expression of the opposing saint, Zi-Chen's punch didn't slow down at all and landed on the saint's chest. Boom! A powerful explosion of energy sounded. The saint's defense was instantly shattered by Zi-Chen's punch. The powerful force poured into the saint's chest, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The saint flew backward. Who knew how many of his ribs were broken? He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and shattered pieces of his organs. After losing with one punch, he stabilized himself and looked at Zi-Chen with a face full of horror. You're looking at the wrong place. A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind the horrified saint. The saint's expression changed drastically. He turned around in an instant and sent a palm strike behind him. The saint energy was like a huge wave as it flowed madly along the palm print. Under the saint's horrified expression, a fist emitting the light of golden lightning shattered his hasty palm strike. Then, with unstoppable force, it landed on his chest again. His entire body trembled at this moment. The powerful fist light directly penetrated his chest and flew into the distance. Everywhere it passed, a hole was punched in the void. The saint's body stopped in midair. He lowered his head and stared at his empty chest in disbelief. Not only had the punch destroyed his chest and organs, but the terrifying energy contained within had also entered his sea of consciousness and wreaked havoc on it. His immortal soul could not be quickly repaired under the destruction of this energy. In other words, the speed of destruction exceeded the speed of repair. The last trace of his soul was destroyed. The saint fell to the ground with a frozen expression of disbelief. He smashed into a spot not far from Lei Dong. He is indeed a heaven-defying being. He is really strong. Even if I was at my peak, I would not be able to defeat him. Sigh, this time I did not die in vain. Lei Dong shook his head and sighed. He did not heal his injuries. Instead, he just watched the battle in the field. In just 2 punches, a saint was killed. The other saint had just stabilized his body and locked onto the direction of Zi Chen's real body. Looking at his companion who died so easily, his face was also filled with shock. He already had the intention to retreat. He retreated. He did not really want to escape, but he wanted to stall for time and wait for the new saint to join in. Among the crowd, the cold-faced saints had a change in expression. But without much hesitation, they immediately walked out and joined in the battle. Among them, 2 saints rushed towards Zichen. The remaining 3 saints stood in the distance and formed seals, preparing to use the heavenly path technique. Seeing that 5 saints had come out at once, including the one from before, there were 6 of them. Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. Lei Dong frowned in dissatisfaction and said, "What is going on? So many people have come to besiege me so quickly. Were they looking down on me earlier?" Lei Dong's muttering was purely to amuse himself in his final moments. No one would respond to him. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the sky, on Zichen. Huan Kai and the others were very anxious. They were also itching to go forward. "You guys don't have to take part in this battle for the time being." Zi Chen's voice resounded in everyone's sea of consciousness. This time, they were targeting the Lightning Clan. Clearly, it was not just the so-called treasure that no one knew about, but more like a conspiracy. If Brilliant and the others all rushed out at once, they were bound to scare away their opponents. Therefore, Zi Chen had to face this battle by himself. He also wanted to see where his limit was and how many saints he could kill. Light flashed under his feet. Amidst the exclamations of the Lightning Clan, Zi Chen charged towards the saint with an unimaginable speed. "Go to hell!" The saint roared as his sword pierced towards Zi Chen's face. The sword light flashed, reflecting the opponent's nervous and sinister expression. This time, Zi Chen did not block but dodged to the side. In the eyes of the saint, his speed suddenly slowed down. Furthermore, his movements could not catch up with his thoughts. He watched as Zi Chen easily dodged the attack, then used his tightly clenched left fist to strike his chest. The saint's body, in an instant, bent like a shrimp, and then followed Zi Chen's slanted fist into the sky. Uffed! Saint blood sprayed out like a rain of blood in the sky. Chapter 22-23. Zi Chen's uppercut was quite ruthless. Although it did not penetrate the saint's body, it had severely injured him. His figure disappeared like a ghost, and in an instant he appeared directly above the saint. His figure rose along with the saint. Boom! His body spun in midair, and he lifted his leg to kick the saint's waist. A violent energy exploded in his back, and the saint's bent body was forcefully stretched. His bones cracked, and his body crashed to the ground. A deep, human-shaped crater appeared on the ground, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. The saint was lying there motionless, and his vitality was quickly draining away. After killing the second saint with one punch and one kick, the Thunder Clan cultivators' exclamations of extreme speed control could be heard from the distant city walls. Of the 5 saints who appeared later, the 2 at the front wanted to save the saint and then restrain Zi Chen together. But when they saw Zi Chen kill another saint so quickly, they slowed down slightly, and their expressions were somewhat hesitant. Zi Chen looked at the 2 with a cold smile on his lips, and he took the initiative to rush toward them. Damn it! The 2 cursed, but they had no choice but to face Zi Chen head-on. In their eyes, Zi Chen's speed was strange and unpredictable, but when he rushed forward, his momentum suddenly changed. He was like a huge, ferocious beast, but also like a steady divine mountain coming in a straight line. This momentum was violent and direct, and it was frightening. The 2 had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. They crossed their arms in front of their chests, and together, they propped up an energy shield to defend against Zi Chen's powerful momentum. Boom! Torrential energy surged. Zi Chen was like a meteorite, smashing into the defensive shield that the 2 had propped up. The shield shattered instantly, and at the same time the powerful impact caused the two to involuntarily fly backward. Such a ferocious attack caused everyone outside the arena to be incomparably shocked. Originally, Lei Dong was able to kill several saints by himself, which had already shocked them. However, the current young man was even more powerful and frightening than Lei Dong. Suddenly, a rolling and dazzling ball of lightning appeared on the city wall in the distance. A figure appeared from the ball of lightning. It was a middle-aged man. He stood on the city wall with a dignified expression on his face. Seeing this middle-aged man, the surrounding Thunder Clan cultivators immediately turned respectful and saluted him. Ignoring the saluting members of the Thunder Clan, this middle-aged man stared at Zichen the moment he appeared. Lightning flashed in his eyes as if he was using some kind of secret technique to see through Zichen. To think that a perfect body has entered the sage realm. Seeing that Zichen had broken through the defenses of two saints without any injuries, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a strange light as he muttered to himself. A perfect body was a powerful body that was unique to life stars. It was considered one of the strongest body refining techniques. Once one's body entered the sage realm, one's combat strength would naturally be the strongest among those of the same level. After forcefully breaking through the two of them, Zichen's figure suddenly sped up. He used the 9 thunderbolts and instantly closed in on one of the saints. His powerful physical energy attacked the saint who had no time to resist. The surrounding space paused for a moment. The saint's face was filled with deep shock. His comprehension of extreme speed is unique. To be able to affect the operation of space. His comprehension is even higher than Lei Dong's. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that the Thunder Clan would have such a person after Lei Dong. The dignified middle-aged man nodded in appreciation. However, after seeing Zichen constantly using extreme speed and the mysterious power that deliberately targeted space, he said with disappointment, "What a pity. This extreme speed can only be used with the heavenly thunder wings to unleash the greatest power." The middle-aged man was a little regretful. He shook his head slightly. He knew that the heavenly thunder wings were in Lei Dong's hands. However, in the next moment, his face changed obviously. His eyes were filled with astonishment. On the battlefield, the heavenly thunder wings spread out from Zichen's back. Moreover, there were 6 of them. Silver light moved on the 6 wings, carrying some kind of intelligence. The heavenly thunder wings were the top treasure of the Thunder Clan. There were 12 wings. Once the complete set was obtained, it would be the top treasure of the Thunder Clan or even the entire world. As a member of the Thunder Clan, this middle-aged man was very familiar with the heavenly thunder wings. He was afraid that he was the one who understood the heavenly thunder wings the most in this world. Today, the appearance of the 10-winged heavenly thunder wings surprised him a lot. Moreover, at first glance, he could see that the 6-winged heavenly thunder wings had the thundering heart, which was much more advanced than the 4 wings on Lei Dong's body. The Thunder Clan has such a person. The middle-aged man was bewildered. After displaying his extreme speed, Zichen's fighting competence had increased greatly. Soon, 2 explosions echoed in the sky. The 2 saints were blown away again. One was dead, and the other was wounded. 9 transformations of the spiritual python. At this moment, a cold shout came from the heavens. It was one of the 3 saints who had successfully formed the seal. A giant python that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of thin air. Its entire body was surging with the light of saint power. It was like a real python. Its body circled and filled the sky. A boundless pressure was released from the spiritual python's body. Its pair of bright yet cold eyes stared coldly at Zichen. Its humongous body moved in the sky, causing the entire sky to crumble, causing the snake's body to appear in a black hole of nothingness. Its head was raised high, and it let out a hiss. The sound formed a substantial wave that spread out. It was very harsh, causing many heavenly realm cultivators to retreat in fear. Some even fell to the ground and rolled around while screaming. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. The hiss grew louder and louder. In the end, the sound was loud and clear, like a dragon's roar. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of the spiritual python, the sound transformation. Only this loud dragon's roar was left in the world. Waves of substantial ripples began to attack indiscriminately with the spiritual python as the center. The sound wave attack entered Zi-Chen's sea of consciousness. His perfect spiritual thoughts turned into a perfect light shield, blocking the sound wave attack. Although his soul was still in the heavenly realm, it was a perfect soul. Such an attack could not hurt him at all. He looked up at the hissing spiritual python and frowned. The thunder wings on his back flapped, and he began to charge forward in the sound wave. Spiritual python's second transformation. Seeing Zi-Chen charge forward, the saint's expression was cold. He formed another seal. The spiritual python above his head looked down at Zi-Chen, and a cold murderous intent flashed in its eyes. Its abdomen emitted a bright light, and then it began to bulge. It was as if something was trying to break out of it. Pa! With a loud sound, a dragon claw appeared from the bulging abdomen. This dragon claw only had 4 toes, and was not similar to the 5 claws that Zi-Chen usually had. But this dragon claw was still terrifying. It pierced through space and grabbed at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly dodged the attack. His figure soared into the sky, and his target was the saint. Pa! 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 The seal in the saint's hand changed again. 3 dragon claws rushed out of the spiritual python's abdomen, one after another, towards Zi-Chen. And between the 4 dragon claws, there was a mysterious formation that affected Zi-Chen's speed. 1. Zi-Chen displayed his extreme speed. A mysterious energy spread out, shrouding the space, and fell on the 4 dragon claws. Just as the dragon claws were about to grab Zi-Chen, their speed suddenly decreased. Zi-Chen took the opportunity to pass through the dragon claw's attack, and went straight for the saint. When he came close, he threw a powerful punch. Golden fist light shone. Through the shining fist light, Zi-Chen saw a mocking expression on the saint's face. His figure distorted and dissipated like an illusion. There was no need to guess where his real body was hiding. Zi-Chen's face showed a hint of anger. He turned around in the air, clenching his right fist. Dazzling light emitted from his fist. At this moment, not only was his fist surrounded by saint power and lightning, but there was also another energy fluctuation that could not be described clearly. Under this fluctuation, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The expression of the middle-aged man who had been watching this scene on the city wall changed again. On the ground lay Dong, who was supporting himself with his spear, looked at Zi-Chen, who was standing in the air and clenching his fist. He shook his head and said, "He's really not as good as you." Boom! The void shattered again, for dragon claws descended from the sky, grabbing at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's body tilted slightly. He clenched his fist and pulled it back. Then he threw out a punch. A dazzling golden fist light, surrounded by golden lightning, shot forward. The 4 dragon claws were the first to bear the brunt of this powerful punch. They did not even manage to pause for a moment before they were directly shattered. In the sky, the spiritual python suddenly let out a painful roar. After the golden fist shattered the dragon claws, it soared into the sky. With an indescribable power, it went straight for the spiritual python's head. The spiritual python was in pain. Its thick tail broke through the space and swept towards the golden fist. Boom! The powerful blow landed on the side of the fist. Not only did it not shake the fist, but it was also shattered by the rebound force. The fist's power did not diminish. It hit the spiritual python's head like a hot knife through butter. Boom! In the sky, there was a violent explosion of energy, followed by a shrill scream. The spiritual python's head exploded and its body shattered. The saint's figure appeared from within. He screamed as he flew out. Wherever his body passed, a large blood-red river appeared in the sky. The saint's eyes were filled with shock and fear. He did not expect his opponent's attack to contain such terrifying power. If he had not been decisive, he would have died together with the spiritual python. Even so, he was still seriously injured. It would take at least a few decades for him to recover. Having just escaped death before the saint could celebrate, he felt a sense of danger. Beside Zichen, a small knife emitting a misty light flashed. Chapter 22-24. The saber's spirit moved forward quickly, forming a blurry light. However, the saint power energy surrounding it was very obvious. Like a beam of light, he left Zichen's side in an instant and flew to the heavily injured saint's side. Poof! The saint hurriedly put up a defense, but it was useless in front of the sword spirit. It was directly broken by the sword spirit and pierced through the saint's forehead. Another saint had died. The pupils of the dignified, middle-aged man standing on the city wall abruptly shrunk when he saw this scene. He was all too familiar with that move. More accurately, it was a move that belonged to him. Back then, he had imparted this move to the sacred Thunder Beast. Furthermore, this move could only be learned by one person in the world. He had learned from Lei Dong that the sacred Thunder Beast was still alive. Therefore, it was obvious that the other party had obtained the sacred Thunder Beast's legacy. To be able to comprehend the Thunder Sword to this extent, this child is indeed extraordinary. The Thunder's sacred beast nodded in satisfaction. The sky trembled as the seals of the other two saints appeared. One of them was a huge seal that absorbed the essence of the world in the air. Its size continued to expand, like a mountain that was constantly growing. The other one summoned a saint sword. Although the saint sword was a manifestation of saint energy, the saint might within it was very terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the space was constantly torn apart. Among the 5 saints, there was an injured saint. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed in front of him and did not dissipate. He reached out and drew in the blood, and a shining rune appeared from the blood. The moment the rune appeared, the world suddenly shook and then dimmed. The rune that was drawn with blood emitted a dazzling light, and the oppressive aura was suffocating. The expressions of the cultivators in the distance changed when they saw this attack. These attacks were all powerful heavenly path techniques. They were well known in the Chung de Starfield and belonged to the powerful forces. Through these attacks, it was easy to guess the origins of these saints. They were all from the powerful forces in this starfield. Even the saints of the great powers had come, and they were willing to risk their lives just to enter the city. This caused others to guess that perhaps there really was some sort of precious treasure here. 3 attacks appeared in the sky, and they were the most powerful attacks of the 3 saints. For a moment, the sky lost its color, and energy surged wildly. Powerful and terrifying qi swept through the sky. Lei Dong stood on the ground. The remaining energy in his body was used to support a bolt of energy lightning. Until now, he still had no intention of retreating. He only wanted to see this final battle to the end. A powerful energy storm was wreaking havoc in front of the city, with Zichen at the center of the storm. Among the crowd, there were other saints who were quietly watching this scene. It was unknown whether it was due to some sort of self-confidence or other reasons, but no other saints stepped forward. Floating in the air, Zichen's body emitted 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver. The 2 rays of light transformed into 2 clones that stood beside Zichen. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 2 clones began forming hand seals. Gold and silver lightning flashed, and 2 runes appeared before the clones. That's Wuji's yin-yang technique. Could he have obtained Wuji's legacy as well? The middle-aged man mumbled to himself, evidently surprised. Just as the clones were forming the yin-yang technique, a long saber with a scabbard appeared in Zichen's hands. His left hand gripped the scabbard tightly while his right hand rested on the hilt of the saber. Looking at the scabbard in Zi Chen's hands, the middle-aged man's face was filled with disbelief. Swish! Without any hesitation, Zi Chen drew his saber out of the scabbard. The shiny, golden saber light slashed out at the blood mark in front of him. The rampaging energy of the heaven and earth came to a standstill the moment the saber light appeared. The blood mark was forcefully sliced apart by the saber light, and the saber light did not slow down at all as it streaked towards the severely injured saint. The saber light sliced through the saint's body, and a line of blood appeared from his forehead. The saint's expression froze up immediately as his body fell backward, and the shock in his eyes was fixed. Boom! The seal that had transformed into a mountain and the energy saint's sword arrived before Zichen. When they met with the extreme yin and yang that had exploded, the yin and yang energies fused together, creating an even stronger destructive force. The two clones dissipated in an instant, and the yin and yang energies turned into an indiscriminate attack that spread out in all directions. Zi Chen's real body kept his saber and retreated backward. The spinning seal in the sky did not last long before it exploded. The destructive force that was formed was injected into the yin and yang energies, causing them to become even more violent. The saint's sword exploded as well, and the power of the saint within it was infused into it as well. The four attacks formed an even more terrifying energy in the middle of a stalemate. When it spread out, it attacked everything around it indiscriminately. Zi Chen retreated far away and was not injured at all. As for the two saints, their speed was slightly slower and they were directly engulfed by the violent energy. Zi Chen stood in the distance and looked coldly at the energy that had exploded in the sky. To be honest, the combat power of these saints was much weaker than Dofhill's clones. The only difference was that they had the advantage of numbers, and this was also the main reason why they had severely injured Lei Dong. However, Zi Chen was not Lei Dong. He was much stronger than Lei Dong and had many tricks up his sleeve. He was not afraid of being surrounded like this. Unless they were all as strong as Lei Dong, then Zi Chen would not hesitate to turn and flee. Unfortunately, they were not that strong. The foreign races in the distance saw Zi Chen standing in the air and watching this scene silently, and saw the two saints who had been swept away by the violent energy. They were speechless for a moment. 7 saints had surrounded Zi Chen, and in the blink of an eye, 5 of them had died. Now only 2 were left, and these 2 were in a completely passive state. The cold-looking saints in the crowd shook their heads. Today's events had far exceeded their expectations. The 2 saints rushed out of the violent energy and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. This level of energy attack was enough to injure the 2 of them. Zi Chen, holding the scabbard, stared coldly at the 2 saints who had rushed out. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. His right hand landed on the hilt of his scabbard, and he pulled it out of the scabbard. A bright flash of the blade appeared and swept past the body of one of the saints. Faced with this attack, the injured saint was on guard, but he was powerless to block it. Without looking at the outcome of this attack, Zi Chen kept his sword and rushed towards the second saint. His extreme speed, coupled with Zi Chen's powerful physical attacks, caused the saint to be unable to react at all. He was beaten back repeatedly by Zi Chen. The battle in the sky continued, and only one saint was left bitterly holding on. Until the end of the battle, all 7 saints had died, and no other saints had joined in. Helpless, Zi Chen could only end the battle. Including the 6 that Lei Dong had killed earlier, a total of 13 saints had died today. But what was even more inconceivable was that the last 7 saints had not left any injuries on this saint of the physical sanctum, not even the slightest wound. It was quiet all around, and it could even be said to be dead silent. Zi Chen stood indifferently in the air, looking down at the crowd. He did not say who else, but his attitude made everything clear. Those who unintentionally met Zi Chen's gaze were frightened and retreated. This battle had nothing to do with the heavenly realm. They said they were here to fight for the treasure, but in fact they were here to watch the show. The death of 13 saints in a single day would most likely cause a sensation in the Chang, the star sector. As witnesses, they were all very excited and proud of themselves. Those heavenly realm warriors were retreating, trying their best to show their attitude. Those saints with cold faces also retreated with the crowd. The fighting capacity that Zi Chen had shown was too strong. They did not have any confidence to kill him, so they could only retreat with the crowd. During this time, Huan Kai and the others also retreated under Zi Chen's order, and they cleverly hid their saint aura. This matter was not as simple as it seemed. These saints were not afraid of death, and it seemed that they were not only here for the treasure of the Thunder Clan. Zi Chen descended from the sky, standing 3 meters away from Lei Dong, with his back facing him. The pagans around retreated like the tide, and no one dared to step forward. The Thunder Clan warriors on the city wall cheered loudly. Seeing this, Lei Dong couldn't help but smile miserably. You didn't say anything and scared them away. Zi Qin is worthy of being Zi Qin. Although I hate you, I have to admit that you're strong. All the luck of the entire Life Star is on you. Your luck is good, and your life is good. I have to admire you. Of course, although you're a little stupid, you're not bad. Hearing Lei Dong's words, Zi Qin turned around to look at Lei Dong. Seeing the other's wounds getting worse, he frowned. You're hurt badly. Why don't you heal yourself? Lei Dong sneered. After I'm healed, I'll let you kill me. I've told you. When we get back to the Zhan Wu continent, I'll settle our grudges with you, Zi Qin said coldly. The mocking smile on Lei Dong's face became thicker. I know what kind of person you are. You won't attack me here, and you won't attack me when we get back to the Zhan Wu continent. I know almost everything about you, and I know what kind of person you are. To be honest, I hope you die. I want to kill you, but now I don't have the chance. It's not only because of fate. Although I didn't fight with you today, at least we're on the same side. This feeling isn't bad. No wonder so many people are willing to follow you. Too bad. Only one of us can live. Zi Chen said unhappily. Why do you talk so much nonsense? I said I won't attack you. Lei Dong smiled. Aren't you curious why I can sense your existence? Why do I know the lost techniques of the Thunder Clan? Why do I want you to die? Chapter 22-25. No one could sense Zi Chen's arrival. Even the people from the Thunder Clan could not sense it, but Lei Dong did. The techniques that Lei Dong had were things that even the Thunder Clan of the Zhan Wu continent did not know, but Lei Dong knew a lot of them. Zi Chen was lucky. He could only find some incomplete techniques from the Thunder Clan, but Lei Dong knew the complete techniques. In Zi Chen's eyes, Lei Dong was luckier than him. He had once called Lei Dong a treasure giver. Zi Chen had only obtained 4 of the heavenly thunder wings with his own ability. The other 2 were snatched from Lei Dong, but Lei Dong still had 4 of them. Zi Chen wanted to know Lei Dong's secret. He had been drooling over Lei Dong's techniques for a long time. He had long had his eyes on his heavenly thunder wings. Don't you want to know why I know all the techniques of the Thunder Clan, but my comprehension is not high? Don't you want to know why your comprehension is so strong? Why are you able to comprehend all the techniques so quickly? Hearing Lei Dong's words, Zi Chen had an answer in his heart. The reason why Lei Dong's comprehension was so low was because he did not have a perfect spiritual sense and also did not have Lei Yuan. As for Lei Yuan, it was Zi Chen's greatest secret. Because of Lei Yuan, Zi Chen was able to come back from the dead and possess a physique that far surpassed that of ordinary people. He had escaped death several times because of Lei Yuan. It could be said that without Lei Yuan, there would be no Zi Chen today. Indeed, without Lei Yuan, Zi Chen would not be able to merge yin and yang into one. He would have died the moment he became Dan Yuan. Don't you want to know why your soul is unable to transform and become a saint? Lei Dong asked again. Zi-Chan was stunned. He was also puzzled by this question. Logically speaking, he had a perfect world. It would be relatively easy for him to become a saint. There would not be any bottlenecks. However, he did not think too much about it. He always felt that the time was not right. Perhaps when the world changed again, he would naturally become a saint. However, after hearing Lei Dong's words, there seemed to be a mystery behind all of this. Thus, he subconsciously asked, "You know the reason?" All the foreign races had retreated, and the air was filled with the thick stench of blood. Even after death, the saints still had some kind of strong energy waves. The two of them just stood among the corpses and chatted. The members of the Thunder clan didn't go up to disturb them. They stood on the city walls and watched from afar. Their expressions were filled with gratitude, but there was also a hint of worry. Of course, he was grateful to Zi-Chin, but he was worried about Lei Dong. From the conversation between the two of them, they could tell that there was a deep enmity between the two of them. It seemed to have reached the point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. The dignified, middle-aged man frowned as he looked at the two people who were conversing. He had a big background. He was the kind of existence that could shake Shang three heavens with a stomp of his feet. He was also one of the strongest warriors on this life star. He was the real ancestor of the Thunder clan. The current Thunder, sacred beast of the Thunder clan, was an existence that was addressed as the old ancestor. However, that was his pet. Zi-Chen's Thunder Saber was taken out by him when he entered the Thunder God Palace. He could be considered one of the few powerful beings who could come out alive after entering the Thunder God Palace. Of course, Zi-Chen wasn't counted. He could only be considered lucky. Furthermore, he didn't get anything in the Thunder God Palace. He knew many secrets that others did not know. He knew many secrets in the world. As he listened to Lei Dong's questions, his expression changed drastically. He seemed to have guessed the reason, but felt that it was impossible for it to be so. Lei Dong looked at Zi-Chen and laughed out mockingly, because there's an item that you've gotten half of, and I've gotten the other half. Zi-Chen was stunned as his expression changed drastically. It was as though the biggest secret in his heart had been found out by Lei Dong. Subconsciously, he wanted to deny it. Therefore, he asked, "What is it?" The expression of the old ancestor of the Thunder clan changed because of Lei Dong's words as well. His expression turned doubtful, as though he felt that he had guessed wrongly. Lei Dong did not beat around the bush as he said directly, a silvery white pearl. "You've gotten the comprehension and the body, while I've gotten the technique and the soul." Zi-Chen's heart skipped a beat as his expression changed drastically. "The reason why you haven't been able to enter the Saint Realm is because your soul is not complete. If you can't get this soul, your energy and soul will never be able to enter the Saint Realm for the rest of your life." The astonished Zi-Chen could no longer say a single word. He had not expected that the Thunder Yuan that he had gotten was only half of it. Furthermore, to think that Lei Dong would know about this secret. Looking at the change in Zi-Chen's expression, Lei Dong chuckled out bitterly. "But of course, I only found out about this after I entered the Saint Realm. In the past, I wasn't too clear about it. Back then, I wanted to kill you. Other than a one-sided revenge, the main reason was because I wanted to get my hands on the heavenly thunder wings that belonged to me. But after I entered the Saint Realm, I found out about this. Therefore, I knew that between the two of us, only one of us could live on." When he said this, Lei Dong's smile was extremely bitter. His expression was equally bitter. Fate truly loved to play tricks on people. This was especially the case for him. The enemy that was arranged for him was someone who possessed the blessings of the entire world. Lei Dong had never believed in fate, but after he entered the Saint Realm and found out about the truth, he had no choice but to believe in it. If not for fate, why would he become enemies with Zi-Chen? If not for the guidance of fate, how would Zi-Chen be able to reach this place and even find him? Actually, the moment Zi-Chen stepped foot into this star region, He had already sensed that Ziqin was here. That was because the soul was the true master of the Thunder Yuan that was split into two. At this moment, the old master Thunder's expression was equally astounded. In his mind, he could still remember the scene that had happened back then. That was back in the Thunder God Palace. On the 8th level, behind an extremely remote door, he caught sight of a small pond. Within the pond, what was flowing was not water. Instead, it was the purest form of Yuan liquid. The power of that Yuan liquid was extremely strange. Even the old Master Thunder could not sense its essence. The only thing he could sense was that there would be thunderbolts swimming within it from time to time. It was as though there were thunder dragons lurking within the pond. Within the pond, there were no other flowers or plants. There was only a strange plant growing right in the middle of the pond. It did not have any leaves and only had a single stem that was sticking out. He did not know if it was a lotus leaf or a small tree. The moment he entered, he seemed to have triggered the seals of this place as the entire pond began to boil. The Yuan liquid within the pond began to vibrate, causing ripples to form on the surface of the pond. There were even some that were shaken out of the surface of the pond. That plant that no one could see through suddenly let out an intense glow. Even for the old Master Thunder, that glow was extremely piercing to his eyes. That plant was growing rapidly, and the mysterious spirit energy within the Yuan liquid was being drained away rapidly. One after another, leaves began to appear from the stem, emitting all sorts of glows. Within every single leaf, there was a colorful glow that was changing, as though it encompassed everything in the world. Eventually, the plant grew 9 leaves and 9 segments tall. Each leaf was 9 inches long, representing the extremities of the heavens. Then, under the influence of the laws of the heaven and earth, it stopped growing. A fruit that was emitting a colorful glow started to form at the very top of the plant, as though it was a Dao fruit that encompassed the extremities of the heavens. That fruit was extremely extraordinary. As it shone, it encompassed everything in the world, as though it encompassed the entire world. When he caught sight of that fruit, the old Master Thunder was undoubtedly stunned. It was only after good while that he snapped back to his senses and rushed towards the center of the pond. At this moment, the pond water had already turned into the purest and most ordinary water in the world. All of the spirit energy within it had dissipated without a trace, and there were no seals here. With a flash, he arrived at the center of the pond and grabbed towards the fruit that was emitting a colorful glow. Without any danger, the fruit smoothly landed in his hands. Then, that plant turned into pure energy and dissipated. The clear pond water also turned into specks of light and disappeared. The pond quickly dried up, and the surroundings were quiet. Only the old Master Thunder was holding that mysterious fruit in his hands. The price he had to pay to take something out of the lightning divine palace was simply too great. However, the mysterious and miraculous fruit in front of him was easily held in his hands. Just when the old Master Thunder felt as though everything was a dream, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. It turned out that the energy within his body was being absorbed by the fruit and was rapidly flowing away. At the same time, the fruit that was emitting a variety of lights, perhaps because it had absorbed too much of the lightning energy from the lightning divine clan, the other lights were dissipating, leaving behind only the lightning silvery light that was becoming more and more resplendent. This unforeseen event caused the old Master Thunder's expression to change drastically. He continuously tried to break free from the fruit in his hands, but he was simply unable to shake it off. If this were to continue, he was afraid that all of the energy in his body would be sucked dry. Just when he decided to cut off his arm, the fruit stopped absorbing and shattered with a bang. Following the shattering of the fruit, a round ball that was sparkling with silver light appeared from within, like a peeled lychee. At the same time, an ancient voice rang out. That voice was intermittent and unclear, as though it was muttering to itself. The old Master Thunder had only heard the words, "All things in the world are the root," and his own energy is the liquid by chance. After that, he couldn't hear anything else. Just when he was shocked by all of these changes, the round ball that was sparkling with silver light suddenly rushed out from the fruit, wanting to escape. The old Master Thunder had used many methods, but he still couldn't stop the round ball. It seemed that there was a repulsion between the two forces, and in the end, the other party escaped. Only the old Master Thunder knew about this matter, and it was a secret that belonged to him alone. He had searched everywhere in the Lightning Divine Palace, but he couldn't find this round ball. He had also searched for a long time after leaving the Lightning Divine Palace alive, but he still couldn't find it. Back then, when his spiritual sense entered the round ball, he discovered many complete Lightning Divine clan techniques. Therefore, when Lei Dong mentioned this matter, he thought of the mysterious bead that had escaped from the fruit. What he didn't expect was that the bead had actually been separated and obtained by two people. As for the outer skin of the fruit, it was also an extraordinary item. After the old Master Thunder returned, he had once again taken the final half step and become the strongest expert on the Life Star. Zichen was obviously shocked by Lei Dong's words. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Of course, he didn't expect that Lei Yuan actually had the other half. Moreover, the reason why he couldn't enter the Saint Realm wasn't because he didn't have the opportunity, but because Lei Yuan hadn't returned to one. Looking at the mocking smile on Lei Dong's face, Zichen recovered from his shock. This time, he chose to be silent for a long time. After that, he looked at Lei Dong and said seriously, "I can enter the Saint Realm through my own method." Lei Dong's eyes once again showed disdain. He said, "As expected, you're still like this. You're so fussy and kind-hearted. Sooner or later, you'll get yourself killed. Hurry up and recover from your injuries. Don't think that I'll let you go. When we return to the Zhanwu continent, we still have a battle," Zichen said coldly. After that, he turned around and looked at a certain place. Brilliant and the others were walking over. What this world needs are experts, true experts. No matter how strong two saints are, they can't compare to a Saint King. The situation of this world needs to change. It needs a true expert to change it, and not some experts to maintain it. Lei Dong turned around and looked at the city, at the people of the Lightning Clan standing on the city walls, and at the true old master of the Lightning Clan. He smiled calmly, and his soul began to dissipate. Chapter 22-26. After coming to the Star Road, Lei Dong finally understood the power of the alien tribes, their attitude towards the cultivators on the Life Stars, and the situation of the cultivators on the Life Stars. There was no harmony between the two sides. Only one of them could survive. From the moment he stepped on the Star Road to the Lost Thunder tribe, he had been fighting every single day. Thinking back to that year when he joined hands with Yanwei, he felt it was ridiculous. However, that kind of alliance didn't involve the camp. It was purely for his own benefit. This was the final gathering place of the strong. Heaven Realm experts were everywhere like ants. Even the Saint Realm experts, who couldn't be found in the Zhanwu continent, were numerous here. Any random force could make the Zhanwu continent feel as if they were facing a great enemy. This was also a land of opportunities, which had the opportunity to become a saint. However, the cultivators on the Life Stars couldn't stand here. He saw many people die in battle. They couldn't even survive, let alone have opportunities. This Star Road was almost completely blocked. This was the alien tribe's heaven, but it was their grave. If one day the forces on the Star Road attacked the Life Stars would be destroyed. Compared to these strong existences who could become enemies at any time, the personal grudges were so ridiculous. Lei Dong thought that he was a strong warrior, a leader among his peers. However, on the Star Road, a leader like him couldn't change anything. Perhaps it was the Lightning Ancestors' teaching, or the general trend of the environment, which changed his mentality. Today, after seeing Zichen's strong fighting capacity, he finally made up his mind. Zichen was a heaven-defying warrior. From the Lightning Ancestor, Lei Dong understood what kind of existence a heaven-defying warrior was. Although he always said that Zichun was lucky and had received the blessing of the world, he also knew that this identity was more of a responsibility. Lei Dong thought that he didn't have the mentality of Zichun. He couldn't do such things. For example, in the Zhanwu continent, he still had to protect everyone even though he was cursed. He was plotted against by many forces, but he still had to consider the overall situation. If he wanted to change the current situation of the Star Road, he needed a strong warrior like Wuji. Although Lei Dong had his own opportunities, he did not think that he would be as talented as Wuji, while Zichen was. His fate was closely linked to Zichen's. If he had to choose between life and death, no matter how he looked at it, he would be the one to die. And today, if Zichen had not come, he would have died too. Therefore, when Zichen appeared, Lei Dong, who spoke rudely, did not take the initiative to heal himself. Instead, he chose to give up his life. Lei Dong didn't know if this was considered righteous or not, but it definitely wasn't. At most, it was just a responsibility. This was what the Thunder ancestor often said. If the predecessors did not bear the responsibility and sacrifice themselves, how could the descendants have more choices? Lei Dong's soul was dissipating. Zichen walked in front of Lei Dong and looked at him with a complicated expression. Lei Dong looked at Zichen and smiled. Even though the heaven-defying ones are blessed by the fate of the world, the path ahead is full of twists and turns. It's better to have fewer accidents. Maybe you have a way to become a saint, but it's better than this. It's more comprehensive and perfect. The effect of 2 saints can never be compared to 1 saint king. Only with a complete soul can your battle strength be stronger. Zichen looked at Lei Dong, but did not know what to say. I wanted to kill you at any time, but I didn't have the chance. If I die today, don't blame yourself. Blame yourself for an enemy. That's too stupid. I'm not as strong as you, so I died for a good reason. If I could kill you, I would never let you go. Speaking of which, I'm really unlucky. I'm the master, and you're the assistant, but I can't beat you. Lei Dong shook his head angrily. His body started burning as well. Although I don't like your kindness, I still have to say one last thing. Along the way, when Wu Xing and the others saw what happened on the Star Passage, they blamed themselves for what they had done. When we were escaping, we scattered. If they didn't die, and you happen to meet them again, I hope you can let them go. Lei Dong smiled. His body dissipated in the flames, for things were left behind. A transparent silver ball of light that had the same aura as the Lei Yuan. This was the other half of the Lei Yuan. According to Lei Dong, it was the master. There was also a spirit ring, which was Lei Dong's property. There was also a lightning spear. Although it was a celestial weapon, it was an extraordinary one. Finally, there was the 4-winged heavenly thunder wings. As for the Saint Crystal, it dissipated along with the body. The heavenly thunder wings were what Zichen dreamed of. Today, he unexpectedly obtained the other half of the Lei Yuan. This could be considered another opportunity, which would play a crucial role in Zichen's growth. But looking at these things, Zichen was not happy at all. He even felt a little sad. Using such a method to obtain an opportunity was not what he wanted. The enemy he should have killed with his own hands died in such a way in front of him, helping him achieve his goals. In the end, Zichen let out a low sigh. Everyone is kind. The nearly transparent ball of light seemed to be attracted by something. It flew towards Zichen and entered his knowledge sea. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back vibrated slightly under the effect of the thunderwing heart. The 4-winged heavenly thunder wings that belonged to Lei Dong flew behind Zichen. Then, with a flash of silver light, the heavenly thunder wings disappeared and entered Zichen's body, beginning to merge. The transparent ball of light entered Zichen's knowledge sea. Then it released specks of light that merged with his soul. Brilliant, and the rest walked over. They obviously knew what had happened. Looking at Zichen, who was not in a good mood, they remained silent. After a moment, a voice came from the city wall. Let's enter the city first. Zi-Chin took a deep breath and sorted out his complicated feelings. Then he turned and walked towards the city gates, followed by Brilliant and the others. Lei Dong's death made the Thunder Clan members in the city very sad, but this kind of thing couldn't be blamed on anyone. Moreover, it was inevitable that people would die. They would miss Lei Dong and would be grateful to him. At the same time, they would also welcome Zi-Chin to bring people into the city and be grateful for what he had done today. Zi-Chin entered the city. The lightning ancestor had already come down the city walls and was waiting for him at the entrance. When he saw Zi-Chin, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Zi-Chin nodded slightly, but he still remained silent. The lightning ancestor stepped forward and patted Zi-Chin on the shoulder. You don't have to blame yourself for Lei Dong's death. This was his own choice. Without the sacrifice of his predecessors, future generations would not have had a choice. Zi-Chin nodded. He knew that this was not the time to dwell on this issue. He first bowed respectfully to the lightning ancestor. He had already guessed the other party's identity. The lightning ancestor smiled and looked at Zi-Chin from head to toe. He seemed very satisfied. In today's battle, Zi-Chin had surprised him. Lei Dong's combat strength was even stronger than his. He naturally saw Zi-Chin's identity as a heaven-defying cultivator. In his heart, he was very appreciative of Lei Dong's actions. The two didn't chat too much here. Zi-Chin followed the lightning ancestor back to the room and sat down in the living room. The decoration of the living room was not luxurious. It was even a little simple. In addition to some tables and chairs, there were a few poor decorations. After sitting down, the lightning ancestor personally poured tea and snacks for Zi-Chin, which made him feel a little flattered. Taking it with both hands, the lightning ancestor asked, "How is the sacred Thunder Beast?" Senior Sacred Thunder Beast has always been very good, but I don't know if his strength has fully recovered, Zi-Chin said after putting down the teacup. The two began to talk about the sacred Thunder Beast. Most of the time it was Zi-Chin talking and the lightning ancestor listening. After talking about how he had rescued the sacred Thunder Beast and what had happened in the Jianwu continent, Zi-Chin slowly relaxed. He no longer seemed so reserved. The Tianwu continent and the Jianwu continent where Zi-Chin lived had both broken out in war many years ago. At that time, who knew how many human experts had died to ensure the safety of their descendants? The lightning ancestor was already used to such occurrences. He was very pleased to see that Zi-Chin had quickly adjusted his emotions. Ancestor, I want to know, are these saints here for the things left behind by the heaven god? After calming down, Zi-Chin went straight to the point. Oh, you know about this? The lightning ancestor looked at Zi-Chin in surprise. Zi-Chin nodded. To tell you the truth, I met people from the 3 royal clans on the road ahead. I also guessed that the lightning clan would be on the star path, but I didn't expect to meet them so soon. Then that's right. Where are those old fellows? Have they already disappeared? The lightning ancestor asked calmly. Seeing Zi-Chin's silence, the lightning ancestor guessed the answer. He smiled. They left quite early. It seems that they couldn't wait. When Zi-Chin heard this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked at the lightning ancestor. It seems that they trust you very much, and you are indeed worthy of their trust. However, I can't leave for the time being. Little guy, I won't lie to you. The reason I came here is indeed to suppress a part of the heaven god, and it's the most important head. Looking at Zi-Chin's fluctuating expression, the lightning ancestor said, Previously, when I saw you throw a punch, there was a faint fluctuation of the heaven god's power. I didn't dare to judge before, but now I'm sure that you have such a thing on you. According to reason, I should have helped you this time. Unfortunately, you came too late. In order to ensure the safety of the heaven god's head, I let the lightning ancestor take it away. As for where it went, I'm not too sure. The lightning ancestor shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm not good at deduction. If I had known that you were coming, I would have held on for a little longer." With regards to this, Zi Chen was slightly disappointed. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he asked, "Dare I ask, Patriarch, is all of this the doing of the Doff clan?" "The Doff clan?" The lightning ancestor was stunned. "Yes, a saint of the direct line of descent in the Doff clan. His name is Doff Hill." Zi Chen told him about what had happened in the Yu clan. Unexpectedly, the lightning ancestor shook his head and said, "If he's only doing this for revenge, then this matter has nothing to do with the other party." Back then, Wu Ji did come to this star region, but he didn't help the Thunder Clan. Back then, the Thunder Clan had already gone into hiding, and very few people knew about it. "I only met Wu Ji once, and he left after that." "Then this means that this matter was arranged by someone else." "I think so." Chapter 22-27. Zi Chen had defeated the saints of the Chung to Starfield and saved the Thunder Clan, but everyone knew that this was only temporary. Those saints would not leave just like that. At this moment, they might be brewing a new storm. These saints were all here for the supreme treasure, but the Thunder Clan felt very sullen because they did not have any supreme treasure here. If there was a supreme treasure that could move the saints, they would have taken it out and used it themselves. Zi Chen walked out of the lightning ancestor's room. Someone had already arranged a place for him to stay. The other half of the lightning element was fusing with his soul, and the heavenly thunderwings were also fusing. Zi Chen urgently needed some time to cultivate in seclusion and improve his strength. Once all the souls were fused, Zi Chen's realm would rise to another level, and he would become a true saint, the strongest saint in the world. Zi Chen was in seclusion, and Brilliant and the other saints were guarding this place. As of now, Brilliant's battle strength was even higher than Zi Chen's, so there was no need to worry about any accidents. After ending the conversation with the lightning ancestor, the latter did not dissipate. However, after Zi Chen left, the lightning ancestor had already instructed the Thunder Clan to do some things, as if he was making arrangements for his death. Zi Chen returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the clean bed. His eyes were closed, and his consciousness was immersed in spiritual thoughts. In his spiritual world, the illusory ball was releasing specks of light. These specks of light would fuse with Zi Chen's soul, and while strengthening Zi Chen's soul, some memories would appear. Most of these memories were of the Thunder Clan's techniques, and their grades would increase as the soul absorbed more specks of light. Among them were the Thunder King physique that Zi Chen had once obtained, as well as other lightning ancestor techniques. These were all complete Thunder Clan techniques, and they belonged to the true inheritance of techniques. Moreover, from weak to strong, they were divided into grades one by one, and were very detailed. It could be said that once one became a cultivator, they would have all sorts of techniques, and there was no need to worry about not having any battle techniques. Finally, Zi Chen saw the thunderclap, ninth heaven that he had been dreaming of, and he saw the thunderclap seal and other heavenly Tao techniques. These techniques were what Zi Chen lacked the most, and he had undoubtedly obtained them now. Other than that, Zi Chen discovered that there were other powerful spells that Lei Dong did not use. This was because these spells were more profound and difficult to master. In addition to the fusion of souls, Zi Chen's 10-winged heavenly thunderwings were also fusing. However, with the thundering heart, Zi Chen didn't have to care about it. He just had to follow the will of the thundering heart. In the Chengde galaxy on the most prosperous planet, many great forces with saints in this galaxy had gathered and were discussing some matters. That person is too strong. We're no match for him at all. The silence was broken first as a saint from the dense family spoke. The other saints nodded, their faces looking very gloomy. First, it was Lei Dong who made them suffer a great loss. After exhausting Lei Dong to death with great difficulty, they did not expect another annoying guy to appear. Moreover, this guy was even stronger than Lei Dong. Even in a 1 versus 7 situation, he was still unharmed. What kind of treasure is there in the Thunder clan? Another saint from another clan asked, looking very puzzled. It had to be said that this question was a bit ridiculous. One of the saints from his family had already died in battle, but he did not know why he died in battle. The other saints shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. The saint from the dense family said, "Whatever treasure there is has nothing to do with us. What we need to do is to break into that city. It's not far from the agreed time. If we can't think of a good idea, we won't be able to bear the blame when the higher-ups blame us." Blame? Under normal circumstances, we are not under their jurisdiction at all. What right do they have to blame us? A burly man with a long beard said unhappily. The saint from the dense family glanced at the burly man and said, "Langdon, I know that your Mason family has lost 2 saints this time, but you don't have to use this as an excuse to complain. If the Thunder clan was not in our star field, do you think such a good thing would have happened to us?" The burly man named Langdon could only smile bitterly when he heard this. He had thought that this was a good thing, but who would have thought that there would be such an unforeseen event? The other party's strength was far beyond his imagination. The other saints were all silent. This matter was very troublesome. The other party's combat power was so strong that 10 saints working together would definitely not be able to kill him. If they sent more saints, even if they could kill him, their losses would be too great. Compared to the benefits they would gain, it was completely unequal. The dense family saint's gaze swept across the group of saints. Looking at the silent crowd, he said, "Since you can't make up your mind, why don't you listen to my suggestion?" Everyone raised their heads and looked at him in confusion. Things have gone beyond our expectations. I think we need to ask for help and ask Brother Vic to come and help us. The saint said, "The Vic brothers, there are only 3 spots. If you ask the 2 black-hearted brothers to come, they will definitely take up 2 spots. How should the remaining spot be divided?" Langdon said discontentedly, "This matter is beyond our expectations. If we want to take down the city in the agreed time, it seems that we can only ask the Vic brothers for help. As for the spots, I think we can explain the situation to the higher-ups. Maybe they will give us 1 or 2 more spots. Even if they don't give us more, we don't have to give up 2 spots. No matter how greedy the 2 brothers are, I believe that such a spot will be very tempting to them." When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. If that was the case, then this matter would be much easier to handle. Everyone present was smart and quickly understood the deeper meaning of the other party's words. If the Vic brothers were accidentally killed in battle, then the spot would still be empty. Without any hesitation, they unanimously decided to ask the Vic brothers for help. "By the way, is there anything unusual there?" The dense family saint suddenly asked. "That planet has been surrounded. Nothing unusual has happened. The Vic brothers were famous and powerful existences in the Chung de Starfield. The 2 of them were only rogue cultivators and did not establish a force, but the saints of those forces were very afraid of them. The 2 brothers were very powerful. Most importantly, they were good at a kind of joint attack technique. They cooperated very well in battle. Under normal circumstances, it would not be much of a problem for them to fight against 4 saints. Over the years, these forces have also deliberately befriended each other. This time they met a difficult opponent like Zichin, so they decided to ask the 2 of them to come out. The significance of the spot was extraordinary. When the 2 brothers heard this, they immediately nodded and agreed, especially after hearing that the opponent was only 1 person. They expressed that they would act alone and did not need the help of others. It would take some time for the news about the death of 13 saints to spread. So, the saints of these forces took advantage of the fact that the news had not reached the ears of the Vic brothers and brought them to the Thunder clan again. The Heavenly Realm cultivators who were guarding outside appeared once again, forming a dark mass. Among the group of saints, the Vic brothers walked at the front. The elder brother in the lead narrowed his eyes and looked at the Thunder City. He said coldly, "It's easy to destroy such a city." On the city wall of the Thunder clan, there had always been a Thunder clan cultivator guarding. After seeing those figures, his expression changed slightly. He ordered the others to continue watching and turned to report to the Thunder clan. Brilliant was the first to arrive. Seeing the dozen or so saints in the team and the two brothers in the lead, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Go tell Zichen to come out of seclusion." Heisiu, who was following closely behind, nodded and turned to inform Zichen. "These people are really courageous. Last time, 13 people died. How long has it been since then? They actually brought so many people again." Zambu Howlin climbed up the city wall. After seeing the saints from afar, she sneered. This time they came prepared. The twin brothers seemed to be very capable. Brilliant said softly, "So what?" Zambu Howlin's long and narrow eyes flashed with disdain. She knew who the strongest saint in the team was. It was not Zichen, but Brilliant. The twin saints might be extraordinary, but against Zichen, they were at the top of the world. How could the rest of the saints be a match for Zichen? Moreover, in addition to Zichen and Brilliant, there were 3 other saints here. The biggest difference between Zichen and Lei Dong was that Zichen did not move alone. He was accompanied by other saints. Zichen heard the news and came to the city wall. He couldn't help but reveal a wisp of a cold smile when he saw this scene. Behind him, the Lightning Ancestor and the other members of the Lightning clan hurried over, and their faces turned pale when they saw so many saints that didn't conceal their auras at all. Zichen lightly tapped his right foot on the city wall and flew down the city walls. The advancing Heaven Realm team stopped in the distance. The saints among them continued to move forward. Including the Vic brothers, there were 15 saints. "That's him. Kill him and we can break into the city." Big Beard Langdang looked at Zichen and said coldly. He and the other saints stopped. The Vic brothers continued to move forward, the light in their eyes becoming cold. The other party had been silent as they moved forward. When the two sides were 300 meters apart, the brothers accelerated without warning. The saint force in their bodies began to surge, forming a storm in an instant with a rumbling sound. Even before they arrived, Zichen's black robes fluttered in the wind. His black hair began to dance wildly in the wind. He stood in the same spot and did not move. He only looked at the two brothers who were charging forward, his expression as calm as ever. "You're courting death." With a loud shout, the brothers had already arrived in front of Zichen. A terrifying wind swept up and 2 powerful attacks came from the left and right. Around Zichen, energy surged in an instant. Boundless golden light shone, and the power of thunder wandered on the surface of his body. He clenched his fists and punched forward, meeting the brothers' attacks. Boom! The world shook as violent energy scattered and immediately swept up the 3 of them. Chapter 22-28. Both sides did not test each other's strength. This was a powerful attack. The saints who were watching the battle from afar looked nervous. On the city wall, Dazzling and the others looked relaxed. 2 figures flew out from the turbulent energy. They were the 2 brothers. They flew several hundred meters in the air. The 2 brothers looked at the center of the wild and violent energy. Their previously cold and stern eyes had now become incomparably grave. When the surging energy dissipated, Zichen was still standing in the same place. There was no change in his position. He raised his head and looked at the 2 brothers. He slowly stretched out his right hand and curled it. A playful smile appeared on his face. Seeing Zichen's provocative gesture, the 2 brothers' eyes turned cold and they rushed forward again. But this time, as they charged forward, the 2 brothers' bodies suddenly spun. Waves of powerful saint force continuously surged. From afar, it looked like 2 horizontal tornadoes were heading straight for Zichen. Interesting. Zichen softly chuckled. He had sensed that the power contained in his two fists had been neutralized by the combined power of the two of them. He could tell that there was something special about the two of them. When he saw the incoming attack, he chose to take the initiative to attack. With a step, he charged towards one of them. Golden light flashed, and the power of thunder surged. Zichen punched one of the tornadoes. At this moment, the other tornadoes suddenly changed direction and came to Zichen's side. It was as agile as a python. Feeling the dangerous aura in the tornadoes, Zichen smiled and retreated. At this moment, the two tornadoes were at a 90-degree angle. They were about to collide. Suddenly, they changed direction again and came at Zichen in a parallel state. Swoosh! Zichen's body changed several positions in the air, but every time he was attacked from two sides. The brothers' attacks were agile and strange. It was difficult to deal with one of them alone. So Zichen stood in the air again. He clenched his fists, and golden power of thunder gathered on his fists. He looked indifferently at the two tornadoes that were coming at him in parallel and rapidly approaching. The saints of the various forces were all nervous, but they were also looking forward to the upcoming clash. As the storm approached, Zichen instantly punched out. The dazzling fist light hit the storm, but it did not explode immediately. On the surface of Zichen's fist, the power of the golden lightning kept surging. It was extremely violent. The storm on the surface of Zichen's fist kept spinning. As it spun, it consumed the power of Zichen's fist. From afar, the attacks of the two sides seemed to be equally matched. At this moment, they were in a complete stalemate. Zichen's fist light dimmed in the midst of the stalemate, and the two whirlwinds gradually slowed down. The silhouettes of the two brothers could be faintly seen within them. It's done. He really blocked it. As expected of Brother Vic, you can even block such a ruthless person. Amazing, truly amazing. Seeing that both parties were equally matched, the saints' nervous expressions relaxed, and their hearts finally relaxed. As long as they could restrain the other party, they would be able to quickly take over the city. Although the seal above the city was a little troublesome, there were more than 10 saints, and they could easily break it if they worked together. Before the saints could break into the city, the two brothers in the sky roared in unison. The storm that had slowed down suddenly became stronger, and the aura it emitted was much stronger than before. It seemed that the two brothers were going to work together to seriously injure Zichen. Humph! With a soft snort, Zichen's lips curled into a smirk. Then he suddenly exerted force in his arms, and the light of lightning on his fists became even more dazzling. A rumbling sound resounded through the world, and the surrounding space was silently cut open. An aura more powerful than the two brothers' attack appeared between the heavens and the earth. Boom! On both of his fists, the flashing lightning seemed to be unable to withstand the energy consumption and directly exploded. Boundless golden light, with Zichen as a flat surface, swept towards the two brothers in front of him. The energy storm that the Vic brothers had turned into was instantly destroyed under the crazy surge of golden energy. Their bodies were like fallen leaves in the golden energy and could be destroyed at any time. Pow! Pow! Two figures flew out, drawing 2 lines of blood in the sky. The saints who had just stepped forward stopped abruptly and looked at the scene in shock. It was clear that the Vic brothers were defeated in this confrontation. Zichen did not chase after them, but stood in the sky, his black robe fluttering in the wind. The two brothers stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of their mouths, and glared at Zichen. The older brother said, "You have some skills. Let me see how you block our joint attack." The two brothers stood on the ground, and their hands began to form seals. The saint power around them began to spin faster and faster, forming 2 storms. The 2 storms were separated by some distance, and they were constantly expanding. Zichen watched this scene silently and didn't immediately make a move. The other saints heaved sighs of relief in their hearts when they saw that Zichen didn't make a move. The Vic brothers' joint attack technique was renowned for its strength, and once it was executed, even 4 or 5 saints wouldn't be able to get close to them. As they expanded, the rotation frequency of the two storms gradually became the same, and then they began to merge with each other and finally formed an even larger energy storm. Zichen's eyes showed a touch of surprise. He had never seen saints use joint attack. On the city wall, Brilliant and the others were also very curious. Rumble. After the two merged into one, the storm became extremely aggressive. The ground began to sink as sand and pebbles were sent flying. The bodies of the two brothers slowly rose into the air. Like a giant python that raised its head, the storm began to change direction in the sky, rolling up the space in all directions and flew towards Zichen. The power was much stronger than before, and as the space surged, Zichen felt a trace of danger. The storm's momentum was like thunder, and when it fell into the sea of consciousness, it caused the soul to shake. It was not just a pure energy attack, but also a spiritual attack. When the saints heard the sound, they felt their hearts beating nonstop, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Their faces turned pale, and they began to retreat, unable to hide the shock on their faces. Interesting. Feeling the spiritual attack, Zichen chuckled, and his perfect spiritual thoughts formed layers of defense. Although he had not completely refined the other part of the Thunder Yuan, his soul had strengthened a lot during this period. Perhaps this spiritual attack could threaten him in the past, but it could not shake his soul at all. Facing the storm that was sweeping towards him, he still only clenched his fist, but this time a mysterious pressure appeared on his fist. As soon as the pressure appeared, all the saints present were shocked. Even the storm seemed to have suddenly paused after feeling the pressure. Looking at the storm, Zichen took a step forward, and the world suddenly shook. He had already punched out. This punch carried a strong power, and it turned into a golden fist light. Like a meteor, it went straight for the strongest point in the storm. The fist light accurately landed on the storm, but it did not explode according to Zichen's intention. Suddenly, a mysterious power surged out from the storm, and this power directly split the storm. Zichen's powerful punch passed through the top of the storm and pierced through the storm. As the fist light moved forward, the powerful energy it contained was constantly being consumed. After it had completely passed through the storm, the fist light's power was completely exhausted, and it dissipated, only causing a few slight ripples. Just like that, they easily blocked Zichen's terrifying punch. The two brothers seemed to be very confident, and a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. "I'll deal with him, you guys go in." When the saints heard this, they were shocked and deliberately went far away from Zichen and rushed in the direction of Thunder City. Zichen did not stop them, as the one behind him was currently stronger than him. He rushed forward, and in an instant he was in front of the storm. Once again he clenched his fist and punched at the point in front of the storm. The storm dodged to the side, and the fist light did not hit the center of the storm. Instead, it hit the left side, and a big hole instantly appeared there, and the fist light penetrated into the storm. Sensing that he had lost contact with the fist light and could not use its strongest power, Zichen was surprised. These two brothers were really something. Turning in the air, the storm rushed directly towards Zichen. Zichen punched a few more times, but the fist light entered the storm without any resistance, and was then suppressed by an inexplicable energy, causing the energy to completely dissipate and unable to be used. Until the storm arrived in front of Zichen, Zichen was not able to do anything to it. The cold laughter of the two brothers came from the storm, and like a drill, the storm became thin and sharp and fell on Zichen. Above the city walls, seeing these saints, Guang Yao fell lightly from above, and her body shone brightly, and her saint power began to surge. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful woman, these saints were stunned, and their eyes flashed with amazement. But a beauty was obviously not enough to stop their advance. These saints looked at each other and began to charge forward. The agreed time was almost up, and they had to attack this city. Guang Yao looked at these people, and there was not much expression on her beautiful face. Just like Zi Qin, she was as calm as before. She stretched out her delicate hand and gently pointed forward. A ray of saint light exploded where she pointed, forming a powerful energy wave. One of the saints was the first to bear the brunt, and he coughed up blood and flew backwards. He had injured a saint with a casual flick of his finger. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Guang Yao's expression did not change, and she raised her hand again, and another ray of light exploded where she pointed, and a second saint flew backwards, coughing up blood. Chapter 22-29. Whether it was on the city wall or the heavenly realm cultivators in the distance, all the cultivators who saw Brilliant's face were stunned. All the cultivators who saw Brilliant's attack were shocked. With just 2 fingers, 2 saints were sent flying while coughing up blood. What kind of strength was this? Immediately after, the expressionless Brilliant pointed again, and his target was the 3rd saint. This saint looked very vigilant. When he rushed forward, he was full of vigilance. His spiritual consciousness spread out to detect any abnormalities, but he didn't sense anything. In the space in front of him, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came. Under this fluctuation, his body couldn't help but fly backward. This fluctuation was also filled with a powerful energy. This energy entered his organs and tried to destroy his vitality. Puff! Flying backward, he still couldn't escape the fate of coughing up blood. The other saints were still rushing forward, and their speed was getting faster and faster. Brilliant pointed again, and the 4th saint flew backward. The 5th saint flew backward. The 6th saint flew backward. The 8th saint flew backward. The 10th saint flew backward. The 12th saint flew backward. Under the gaze of the crowd, 12 of the 13 saints who rushed forward were directly sent flying. During this period, no matter how their bodies changed, no matter how they changed their direction, they couldn't escape Brilliant's finger. The last saint, because of his good luck, came to Brilliant's side before he could make a move. His eyes were somewhat ferocious as he rushed toward Brilliant. As he rushed forward, his saint power condensed into a light blade in his hand. The cold blade light flashed, and the blade went straight for Brilliant's neck. In the face of such a rare beauty, he didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. Looking at the saint's blade, Brilliant's expression still didn't change. He just gently blocked the path of the blade with his finger, which was supposed to be pointed out. A finger blocked a blade. Seeing this scene, the cultivators were dumbfounded. Many of them also showed pity on their faces. It was as if they could see the scene of Brilliant's finger being chopped off and turning into a skeleton. A ferocious smile appeared on the saint's face. His opponent wasn't a saint king. How could a mere finger block his blade? On the city wall, many people from the Thunder clan showed pity on their faces. They wanted to shout out, but it was too late. The lightning ancestor remained silent, while Zanbu, Halin, and the others didn't have much of a change in their expressions. Zi Chan was focused on the battle and did not seem to notice what was happening in front of him. Clang! The powerful blade fell on Brilliant's jade finger. However, the scene of a horizontal slash did not appear. Instead, a clanging sound was heard. Brilliant's jade finger had blocked the attack. Not only did she block it, but a rebounding force was also emitted from her jade-like fingers, shattering the Saint Power Saber. Looking at the shattered Saint Power Saber in front of him, the ferocious saint was dumbfounded. When the cultivators in the distance saw this, they were petrified. He blocked the saber with one finger. Guang Yao's expression didn't change much. He didn't even look at the saint with his beautiful eyes. Instead, he pointed at the saint with his jade-like finger that had just blocked the blade. As if afraid of dirtying her finger, The jade finger stopped 2 inches away from the saint, and saint energy surged out. Pooh! A finger hole instantly appeared in the saint's chest. Then his body seemed to have suffered too much energy impact and began to fly backward uncontrollably. The saint's face was still filled with a dumbfounded expression, but his previously bright eyes were dimming and the bright light was dispersing. In everyone's perception, the vitality of the saint who flew backward was quickly dissipating. When the saint landed on the ground and went deep into the ground, his surging vitality had completely dissipated. With 13 fingers, he had injured 12 saints and killed 1 saint. All the cultivators who saw this scene were petrified. They'd seen Zichen fight in the past, and he'd annihilated 7 saints while remaining completely unharmed. This time, these saints had taken Zichen to be their greatest enemy. For this, they invited the Vic brothers to deal with Zichen, and it seemed to be working well. But who would have thought that when the 13 saints went to attack Thunder City, they would be blocked by 1 person? And it was a woman who was unbelievably beautiful. The 12 injured saints were stunned. They did not know whether to advance or retreat. Previously, they had also thought that this woman only had special means, and that once she got close to them, they would definitely be able to easily kill her. However, who would have thought that such a powerful attack could not even block a single finger from her, let alone break through her defense? It was obvious that the purple-clad woman standing in the sky was an existence even stronger than Zichen. She was a true expert. Her bright eyes fell calmly on the 12 saints. Although she did not speak, her meaning was clear. If they did not know what was good for them, then all of them would die. Rumble, rumble. Just as they were at a loss, a thunderous sound came from another direction. It was the storm formed by the 2 brothers. It was spinning forward, as if it wanted to tear apart Zichen's body. Zichen stood in place. Golden light shone on his body, forming a light shield. No matter how the storm spun, it could not move forward. The storm could not break through his defense. After a few breaths of time, the storm changed once again. Like a spirit snake, it actually began to coil around the light barrier layer by layer, entangling Zichen. A cold intent pervaded the air, causing the saints to wake up. Seeing Brilliant's cold gaze, the 12 saints no longer hesitated and turned to run. They were not a match on this side, and on the other side, the 2 brothers could not kill Zichen. If this continued, they would definitely lose. Go. These saints were kind enough. Before they left, they did not forget to send a voice transmission to the Vic brothers, reminding them, "Damn it, why are you running? This guy is going to die soon." The Vic brothers' dissatisfied voice rang out. "If we don't run, we will be the ones to die." Langdon sent a voice transmission and ran even faster. Boom! A strong light burst out from Zichen's body, shaking off the storm around him. The Vic brothers were surprised, but did not stay. They turned into a storm and continued to run. Zichen tried to chase them, but could not cause any effective damage to the storm. Fortunately, they left. Those saints and Heavenly Realm experts retreated once again. However, there was no sound of cheering in the Thunder City. Everyone was looking at the Brilliant in a daze. Their faces were full of disbelief. As for Zichen, who also contributed, he was completely ignored. In their eyes, there was only Brilliant. In their guesses, Dazzling should be Zichen's subordinate. Although she was beautiful, her battle prowess should not be too strong. However, they did not expect that she would be able to easily injure 12 saints, kill 1 saint, and scare off all the enemies. This kind of battle prowess appeared on the body of such a peerless beauty, who would be able to shift their gaze away. Seeing this, Zichen spread his hands and smiled helplessly. He quietly left and returned to his room to continue refining his soul. "We're about to kill that guy. Why are you running?" Outside of this world, the Vic brothers caught up to the fleeing saints and questioned them in dissatisfaction. "He's not the strongest. That woman is the strongest. Gavin is already dead, Langdon said with lingering fear. What? The Vic brothers were stunned. They were focused on the battle and did not have time to observe the surroundings, so they did not know that a saint had died. How is that possible? There are 13 of you. Can't you deal with one person? That woman is stronger, much stronger than the one you fought. She only attacked 13 times and injured 12 of us. She killed Gavin. Don't you think she's strong? So strong. The Vic brothers were shocked. No wonder such good things fell on us. This enemy is too strong. How can we be a match for him? One of the saints complained. Not to mention the agreed time. Even if you give us another 8 or 10 years, we will definitely not be able to take down that city. Forget it. Let's inform him in advance and tell him the truth. The saint from the Dawn family said with a depressed face. In this way, they had completely missed the opportunity. If we can't take down that city, they can't either. That man and woman are not to be trifled with. Moreover, I saw some other faces on the city walls. Judging by their auras, they should also be saints. I think it will be difficult to take down this city. These saints left helplessly, but they did not completely give up on those slots. So they continued to send those heavenly realms to surround this place, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. After returning, they tried to find a way to inform the person who gave them the mission and inform them of the current situation. To be able to give a mission to a star field, there was only one situation in the entire star path, and that was that the other party belonged to the true Overlord force. In this star path, there were relatively many Overlord forces, but the true Overlord forces were only 3. Daf, Huite, and Jatu were the 3 Overlord forces. There had always been rumors that behind these 3 Overlord forces stood the Divine Clan. They were the subordinates of the Divine Clan. And this time, the one who gave them the order was Jatu's force. Helpless, these saints spread the news that they were unable to attack Thunder City and asked the experts in Jatu's force to hurry over. A month later, a group of 5 saints arrived at the Chung de Starfield and headed straight for the Chung de Starfield. Seeing these saints, the first thing the representative of Jatu's force said was trash. Little did he know that when he said trash, these saints were secretly disdainful. They really thought that the saints of Chung de Starfield were trash. A mere 5 saints wanted to take down Thunder City. This was simply a dream. Chapter 2230. In this group of 5, the one who spoke was a young man named Jia Tujintu. He was a true descendant of the Jia Tu family. His manner and words naturally carried a bit of arrogance. The first thing he did was to call them trash in front of these saints. These saints were angry, but did not dare to say anything. They could only listen silently, occasionally showing a look of dissatisfaction. The Vic brothers kept tilting their heads, expressing their dissatisfaction. Tell me, what's going on? One person scolded these people for a long time before Jia Jinta looked at these saints seriously, indicating that they should speak. Obviously, this was not a brainless playboy. Sir, it's not that we're incompetent. It's that the enemy is too strong. That guy called Lei Dong was ridiculously strong. We had a hard time killing him. But now there's another one. Langdon, with some resentment, told the whole story. Jia Tujintu and the others listened quietly, not saying a word. In the end, except for Jia Tujintu, the other 4 saints' expressions became serious. Looking at Langdon, who sat down, Jia Tujintu said lightly, "In that case, the enemy does have some tricks up his sleeve." "It's not just some tricks," Langdon said. "It's a very powerful trick. He's at the pinnacle of his level." "Is that so? Then let's go." Smiling lightly, Jia Tujintu did not seem to care. After the last battle, Zi Chun returned to his room to continue fusing with the other part of the thunder element. Zi Chen's soul was strong, so the fusion process was relatively fast. Soon, half a month passed. The thunder element in Zichen's sea of consciousness finally dissipated completely fusing with Zichen's soul. Zichen's soul became more and more transparent. There were many Thunder Clan techniques in his sea of consciousness. These techniques were fused with his understanding. Next, Zichen did not need to spend too much energy to master these techniques, and Zichen found that these low-level techniques were actually decomposed from high-level techniques. In other words, high-level techniques were evolved from low-level techniques. The power of the two was very different, but in fact, they were on different paths. Buzz. After the complete fusion of the Thunder Yuan, Zichen felt an unprecedented feeling of clarity. It was as if his soul's perception had increased tenfold in an instant, becoming much sharper. As his soul trembled, Zichen's soul in the depths of a sea of consciousness began to tumble. Powerful soul fluctuations spread out in all directions as a saint's aura spread out. Sensing the saint's might coming from the center of his spiritual sea, Zichen was pleasantly surprised. It was obvious that his soul was advancing from the heaven realm to the saint realm. The door to the saint realm had been opened for him, and he would be able to pass through it without any hindrance. This process might take some time, but it definitely wouldn't take too long because Zichen had become a saint through natural means, not by relying on saint crystals. There was no harmonious spirit master on this life star, but it had been able to stand firm for so many years. Moreover, it had resisted the invasion of the alien tribes time and time again, because the cultivators on this life star could enter the saint realm naturally. In other words, if they had the opportunity, they would be able to become a saint at some point, just like Zichen. Of course, before that, there was a prerequisite, which was to be in the alien spacetime. In other words, in a life star with limited levels, except for those special existences, no one else could become a saint. Even Zichen, who had the perfect world, might not be able to open the saint road on this life star. This was because of the great law of heaven and earth. It took the alien races many years to learn about this, and that was why they were so ruthless in the Star Road. Zichen, as a heaven-defying cultivator on this life star, had entered the Saint's Gate. This step represented a great significance, as it would change the great law of heaven and earth. Of course, Zichen didn't know all of this. Even the lightning ancestor didn't know, because in the history of this world, the heaven-defying cultivators who appeared on this life star had rarely reached this realm. As his soul changed, Zichen's perfect world also changed at the same time. This was an upgrade of the world. The heaven-defying energy continued to tumble, like a monstrous wave of anger. In the midst of the tumbling, there were also waves of saint aura. Soon, the first drop of saint energy appeared in Zichen's sea of energy. When this drop of saint energy appeared, Zichen had entered the saint realm from the heaven realm, but there was no doubt that he was still the weakest saint. He began to sit cross-legged, wholeheartedly immersing himself in the changes of his soul and energy. As for his physical body, it was being changed by the heavenly God's energy and the rainbow sacred tree's energy. The oppressive saint aura spread out from Zichen's room to the outside world. This alarmed many cultivators of the Lightning Clan, and they all rushed to the outside of Zichen's room. Looks like he's going to enter the saint realm. When the lightning ancestor saw this scene, he was a little excited. He knew Zichen's secret better than others, and the reason for his excitement was that Zichen had obtained the Thunder Origin. That was something from the Lightning God Temple, the most mysterious thing in the world. He believed that Zichen, who had obtained it completely, would be different from the rest. Not only would he be different, but he would also be unique. During this period of time, he carefully understood Zichen and knew some details about Zichen. Knowing that Zichen was breaking through, the other members of the Lightning Clan were also very excited. Zichen hadn't really broken through yet, but he was already so powerful. Once he broke through, wouldn't his battle strength be even stronger? Together with brilliant light, The two of them could completely protect the Lightning Clan. Time passed day by day, and the pressure coming from Zi Chen's room also became stronger and stronger. Half a month later, 1/3 of Zi Chen's soul had already advanced to the Saint Realm. The Saint Realm's soul had become stronger and more sensitive. When he spread out his spiritual sense, he could pass through the city without any obstruction, enveloping the entire planet and investigating every movement here. As for the energy in his body, it was still too far away from completely transforming, so it would take a relatively long time. Just as the entire Qingda star field was in an uproar because of the Lightning Clan's matter, some saints quietly entered the Qingda star field. They came from the Nephis star field, and there were more than a dozen of them. When they came, they deliberately concealed their Saint Realm aura and directly walked towards a small planet. This planet was very small, but it was the closest trading planet to the Nephis star field. It was very prosperous, and every day a large number of Heavenly Realm experts would pass through to the two star fields. After these hidden saints arrived, they went straight to the edge of the trading area, walking towards an inconspicuous shop. The shop only had one floor, and the area was not big. The goods were very ordinary, and very few people would patronize it. These saints spread out from afar, and one of them walked towards the shop. There were no workers in the shop, only a middle-aged man who was dozing off. When he saw the saints enter, he ignored them. Casually glancing at the things here, the saint asked, "Are you Cheng Yi?" The middle-aged man who was dozing off had a drastic change in expression. Light flashed on his body, and he was about to use some kind of secret technique to escape. In the small shop, a Saint Realm aura came over. Sensing this aura, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily, "You're Saint! Why are you looking for Cheng Yi?" The saint smiled coldly, and his powerful soul pierced into the other's mind. After a moment, the saint walked out, and the shop behind him had already closed its door. This kind of thing was not rare, so the others did not find it strange. The saints gathered again, and the previous saint said respectfully, "Sir, he's the only hidden guard here. Every time he receives news, he'll send it to Getten Planet." The one who was called Sir was a young man, and his eyes were as bright as stars. He nodded and said, "Let's go to Getten Planet." As he walked, he did not forget to say, "Mingyu, I'll leave it to you to search his soul." Beside the young man, a woman whose entire body was covered in a black robe gently nodded her head. This group of people was Xingqian and the others from the Nefarious Star region. Their main goal this time was to quietly get rid of all the secret guards in the Chengda Star region, so that they would not be able to report the news to their superiors, giving the Nefarious Star region some time to breathe. This time, Xingqian would lead the other saints, and Ming Yu would be responsible for searching his soul. This time, all the saints had set out, and even Virtue Stellar region didn't have any saints left behind to hold down the fort. As for Sin Stellar region, only Beisai Konghong was present there, and the others had come with Xingqian. These hidden guards had formed their own group for many years, and they were used to living in the dark. In history, no one had ever tried to kill a hidden guard, so this time Xingqian and the others' secret operation caught them off guard. Almost no one could escape from a trap, not to mention that so many saints were mobilized together. It was a complete waste of talent, and it was very easy to get rid of these hidden guards. It took more than a month, and during this time, they shuttled from planet to planet. All the hidden guards were dealt with, and they even followed the clues to find the contact of the next starfield. Fortunately, the news was stopped here by a person called Hotwell, and it was not transmitted to the next starfield. After Ming Yu told him the contents of the soul search, Xingqian also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This matter has been resolved, and we will immediately go to Thunder City to meet up with Ziqin." Just as Xingqian and the others were moving, Jintu, and the others had already arrived at the planet where Thunder City was located through multiple teleportations. Ziqin, who had completely controlled the planet with his spiritual thoughts, immediately sensed the other party's presence, and he felt a threat from it. He opened his eyes. At the same time, the teleportation formation at the edge of Chung, the starfield, lit up, and another 4 saints walked out. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The young man who walked out said respectfully, "Goddess, this way. I believe Zhen Tu is about to resolve the matter, and we can catch up to see that thing. That thing really exists." A light voice came from the woman's mouth. "The news can't be wrong." Chapter 2231. A total of 19 saints came. In the perception of his spiritual sense, the previous wave of saints seemed to be very cautious as they moved forward. Almost all of them were surrounding a young man. Zi-chan guessed that this young man should be the main cause of this incident. His spiritual sense swept over him and felt that he was very extraordinary. The young man didn't notice Zi-chen's spiritual sense. After getting up, Zi-chen opened the door. Brilliant and the others had already heard the transmission and were waiting outside the room. "Let's go." With that, Zi-chen led the 4 saints of brilliant light and flew in the direction of the city gate. When Zi-chen arrived at the city wall, the guards of the Thunder clan didn't notice anything unusual and looked curiously at the 5 people who suddenly appeared. Swoosh! Zi-chen's figure flashed and jumped down the city wall, followed by the 4 saints. They stopped at the place where the previous battle was. Zi-chen was in front, and the 4 saints were behind him, waiting silently. In their line of sight, a black mass of figures finally appeared. Only then did the Thunder clan cultivators on the city wall react. Their expressions changed greatly, and they issued a warning. The Thunder ancestor appeared on the city wall only 1 step behind Zi-chen. Unlike the relaxed expressions of the Thunder clan cultivators, this time his expression was very dignified. The people who came made him feel some kind of threat. The powerful Zi-chen might be in trouble. Jia Tu and Zhen Tu saw Zi-chen from afar. Seeing that the other party was already waiting there, a faint smile appeared on their faces and said, "It seems that you do have some skills." And scathed in one battle, his battle strength is indeed strong. Beside Jia Tu and Zhen Tu, the Vic brothers said proudly. They only knew about Zi-chen's battle results after the battle. They were naturally angry that the others didn't tell them the truth before, but they were more proud in their hearts. So what if the 7 of them were unscathed? Facing the combined attack of the 2 brothers, they didn't have the slightest temper. Don't be careless. The real expert in the team is not the leader, but the woman behind him. A saint from the Dense clan said. That woman? Although there was a distance between them, it did not affect the vision of the saints, so Jia Tu and Zhen Tu saw brilliant at a glance. Like others, when they saw such a beauty, their eyes flashed with a touch of amazement. It was rare to see such a beautiful woman in the star path. Moreover, she was a powerful saint, which was even rarer. Standing next to brilliant, Zamba Haolin, who could also be considered a beauty, was slightly inferior. The strong stood at the back, while the weak stood like the leader. Jia Tu and Zhen Tu were surprised by this arrangement. They were envious of the guy in the black robe who had 2 outstanding women by his side. The Heavenly Realm experts stopped at a distance, afraid that they would be affected by the energy waves. The saints, on the other hand, continued forward and stopped 300 meters away from Zi-chen. After stopping, the saints who followed Jia Tu and Jintu respectfully stood behind Jia Tu and Jintu without saying a word. Jia Tu and Jintu were sizing up the 5 saints in front of them. It was not until one of them sent a voice transmission that they reacted. They narrowed their eyes and looked at the saints behind them, who did not take any action. There was no need to deliberately explain. Jia Tu and Jintu understood what these people meant. An imperceptible sneer flashed across the corner of their mouth. They said, "The previous quota still counts. Let's go up first and see how strong they are." After regaining the quota, these saints did not relax. Instead, they seemed very nervous. Jia Tu and Jinta said again, If the enemy is really difficult to deal with, I will consider adding 1 or 2 quotas. Let's go first. When the Vic brothers heard this, their eyes immediately lit up and they rushed forward without hesitation. With the experience of fighting Zichin last time, the two of them obviously wanted to attack Zichin this time. After advancing 100 meters, the two of them began to form seals and used a joint attack technique. A joint attack technique. Interesting. Jia, Tu, and Jinta saw this scene and chuckled softly. They looked at Zichin. The power of this joint attack technique was not small. They wanted to know how the other party resisted it. Zichin rushed forward and accelerated. Like a beam of light, his power was like a falling meteorite. Heaven and earth shook as he crashed into Brother Vic. Brother Vic's figure began to distort. Like a phantom, he disappeared into thin air and reappeared in another direction. The seals in his hands did not decrease. He looked at Zichin and said, coldly, "It's useless. No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than the rules." The energy around him had formed a storm. After his attack missed, Zichin turned around and attacked the younger brother. Swoosh! His attack passed through the younger brother's body. The latter's figure appeared out of thin air beside the elder brother. A storm appeared on the surface of his body. These two storms began to merge at a speed faster than the last time. With a rumbling sound, the ground began to sink and sand and stones flew. After that, the merged storm twisted and rushed toward Zichin. Zichin attacked forcefully, but it was as if he had hit an illusory object. All the attacks passed through the body of the storm and were slowly dissolved. This kind of attack is useless against us. In the storm, the laughter of the Vic brothers came. The two of them worked together to control the storm and rushed toward Zichin. Zichin attacked and then dodged. His figure changed in midair. His attack was very strong, but unfortunately it could not have any effect on the two. Looking at the field, Zichin, who was dodging again and again, was forced to escape in a sorry state. Jia, Tu, and Jintu first patiently watched for a while, but soon became impatient. They frowned and said, "This is the strong person you were talking about?" These saints were also speechless. The attack power that the other party displayed last time was enough to make their hearts tremble. But this time it seemed to be much weaker. Could it be a conspiracy? This guy is not to be feared. Send a few more people to test the others. Jia, Tu, and Jinta casually waved their hands and said lightly. Langdon and the others looked at each other. That master was a real strong person. More than a dozen people were not his opponent. How could they test him? In the end, they decided to send 3 people to test him. It was just to test him. If they saw that the situation was not good, they could retreat. The 3 of them rushed forward. This time, they did not deliberately avoid Zichin and rushed toward the brilliant light. When the 3 of them were the same point away from Zichin, they saw that Zichin, who was still dodging, suddenly accelerated. With a speed that was close to teleportation, he flashed to the side of the 3 of them. A kick in the air, followed by a chain kick and then a hook kick. 3 loud bangs rang out, and 2 saints spat out blood and flew back the way they came. As for the 3rd saint, his body fell to the ground, having suddenly lost their opponents. Vic and Vic were both stunned in the storm. On the other side, Zichen's head was down as he headed towards the saint on the ground. Like a falling meteorite, he smashed into the saint's body. The saint's strong defense was instantly destroyed. The ground shook violently. The smoke and dust in the sky began to tumble. A mournful scream reverberated between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were quiet for a moment. Even the storm formed by the Vic brothers paused. Only the scream reverberated. Then an angry roar sounded. The storm formed by the Vic brothers continued to rush toward Zichin. The 2 saints who were sent flying had palpitations on their faces. They were glad that they were the first to be attacked. If it was the last hook kick, they would definitely die. The other saints looked at each other. This situation did not happen last time. But thinking back, it seemed that they deliberately avoided Zichen last time. The battlefield in front became a chase again. Zichen still looked like he was no match for them. The scene of him killing a saint in an instant seemed to be an illusion. Interesting. Jia, Tu, and Jintu's face showed a hint of astonishment, but they did not lose their composure. They nodded and said he does have some skills. It seems that adding 2 more places is not a waste. Doesn't this guy still have the strength to kill people? Then all of you attack together and kill him first. 2 places made them happy, but Jia, Tu, and Jintu's words also made them fearful. They lost another person. If they rashly went up, it would only lead to more deaths. The most important thing now was to cooperate with the 5 people of the Jia Tu family and deal with the other party together. But looking at Jia, Tu, and Jintu, it seemed that they were not ready to make a move. Looking at the still indifferent crowd, Jia, Tu, and Jintu frowned slightly. What is their problem? Sir, that woman is really strong. If we go up, we will only die faster, Langdon said helplessly. At this moment, he could not help but wonder if this lord came here purely to see how they were killed. If that woman makes a move, I will stop her, Jia, Tu, and Jintu said lightly. When these saints heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief and all rushed toward Zichen. Some figures stopped in midair and began to form seals from afar. In this way, it was equivalent to 13 saints besieging Zichen. Jia, Tu, and Jintu quietly watched the battle. Zichen's figure disappeared again, and then appeared in front of a saint. That strange speed was shocking. After that, he kicked a saint in the air and sent him flying. His body flew backward with the other party, and then he punched the other party's chest. Boom! The surging energy vibrated, and the ribs in the saint's chest were all broken. At the same time, the powerful energy surged into the saint's body, forcibly destroying the saint's life force. Another saint had died. At this moment, Zichen's figure flashed again, dodging 2 attacks, and appeared beside another saint. He still used his physical body to attack. After the energy vibration, Zichen destroyed the enemy. During this time, those saints could not even touch the corner of his clothes. As for the Vic brothers, they were still roaring and chasing after Zichen, but their speed could not catch up to Zichen. Very quickly, 2 saints died. Jia, Tu, Jintu, and the 4 saints beside him only felt surprised. Jia, Tu, and Jintu looked at Zichen, whose figure changed again, and said lightly, very strange speed. If it were you, would you be able to dodge it? Chapter 2232. Boom! Torrential energy surged, and the 3rd saint was blown away. His vitality was fading quickly. Zichen, who had become a saint, was much stronger than before. No matter if it was his speed or his power, they had all increased a lot. Now he didn't even need to use the heavenly thunder wings to kill those ordinary saints easily. So what if they were saints? Among those of the same level, it seemed that Zichen had always been invincible and looked down on everyone. There were only 13 saints in total, and 3 of them had died in an instant. Those existences who had made hand seals finally displayed their powerful heavenly path techniques. For all and plus is identical to / attacks appeared one after another from all directions, with the power to burn down the sky and earth, flying toward Zichen. Zichen's body was changing. Mysterious energy spread out, and the attacks that were about to land on him paused a few meters away from him. During this pause, Zichen easily dodged these attacks. When the first wave of attacks landed, these attacks were unable to harm Zichen at all. In the distance, Jia, Tu, Jintu, and the other 4 finally showed astonishment in their eyes. Jia, Tu, and Jintu praised sincerely. Not to mention, you guys, even I can't compete with this speed. If I'm not wrong, This should be the so-called extreme speed of the Thunder Clan. It's said to be the fastest speed in the entire world. It seems that only the extreme speed of the God Clan can compete with it. The other four nodded, showing their agreement. Jia, Tu, and Zhen Tu continued. This kind of intimidating existence is unique in this world. A life star can have such an expert. Once he grows up, he will be a big threat to some people. The other four nodded again, showing their agreement. Although they were from the Jia Tu family, they thought they were a little extraordinary, and they didn't need to put the saints here in their eyes. However, they had to admit that this group of saints was still a threat when they joined hands. Unless the four of them attacked together, they couldn't stop them alone. However, not only did they stop them, but they also killed many of them. While they were conversing, another saint had been killed, yet they were still discussing the matter and had no intention of helping at all. In the distance, the heavenly realms were in chaos as they watched their saints fall. In the air, the Vic brothers kept cursing as they chased after Zichen. Unfortunately, they were too slow, so they could only follow behind Zichen and watch as the other saints were killed. Dazzling and the rest looked at the scene expressionlessly, but the shock in their hearts was forcefully suppressed. On the distant city wall, cries of surprise could be heard from time to time. Zichen, who had become a saint, once again became the number one existence in the team. How tenacious! Looking at the saints who still refused to retreat, Jia Tu and Zhen Tu laughed softly. Zichen, who was still preserving his strength, still couldn't understand the young man's true intentions. Although he had experienced many battles and had an extraordinary mind, he still couldn't figure out the young man's true intentions. It was clear that the other party was the person in charge of this matter. He looked very extraordinary, but why was he still watching the show and not choosing to step forward to help? It was as if these saints weren't rare resources at all, but existences like cats and dogs. So what if they died? There was nothing to feel sorry about. Could it be that the other party wanted to use this method to expel the heart demon like Dafhil? But what method did the other party use? Was it the method of a heavenly god? Zichen had many doubts in his heart. He didn't understand the other party's actions and methods, but he was sure that the other party didn't care about the lives of these saints. Since he didn't care, Zichen didn't care either. If one more saint died today, it would be one less threat to the life star in the future. In the midst of the slaughter, the saints seemed to have seen this scene. They were frightened and started to retreat. Zichen was chasing after them and killing them. However, when he was about to reach the young man, he stopped and turned around to retreat. Out of the 14 saints, only 7 of them had survived, and this included the Vic brothers, who were unwilling to accept this outcome. Zichen stood indifferently in the air. The ground beneath his feet was littered with the corpses of saints. Even though they were dead, they still made one's heart palpitate. The surviving saints were all scared out of their wits. Zichen's gaze naturally fell on Jia Tu and Zhen Tuesday. His aura was still strong and steady, and he didn't say a word. "Not bad, you have some skills." Jia Tu and Zhen Tu said to Zichen. "You can try." Zichen said lightly. He didn't say those threatening words because it was useless. Zichen couldn't guess what the other party was thinking. Moreover, the other party didn't attack all at once. Obviously, he was very confident in himself. "Now that you mention it, I really want to try." As soon as he said that, Jia Tu and Zhen Tu rushed toward Zichen. Their speed was very fast, not much slower than Zichen's previous extreme speed. Seeing Jia Tu and Zhen Tu fly out, the other 4 saints were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect this sudden attack. Subconsciously, they wanted to follow. "You don't have to do anything." Jia Tu and Zhen Tu's voice sounded. They had already arrived in front of Zichen and punched towards Zichen's face. Zichen raised his hand to block. Golden light swirled around his palm. The fist landed on his palm. Sensing the tyrannical power, Jia Tu and Zhen Tu's expression changed slightly. Without waiting for the power to come from his palm, he instantly retracted his fist and kicked toward Zichen. The wind whistled and the void was pierced through. Zichen took a step to the left and dodged Jia Tu and Zhen Tu's attack. Spinning in the air, Zichen kicked towards Jia Tu and Zhen Tu's back. At this moment, the two of them were using physical combat techniques. This technique didn't look gorgeous, but it was filled with great danger. The two of them fought faster and faster. During this period, you attacked and I dodged, you dodged and I chased. In the end, they were like two rays of light, constantly entangling back and forth. Wherever they passed, the space was completely shattered. Waves of powerful energy, fluctuations, scattered in all directions. A moment later, the two rays of light turned into two figures and separated. They stopped 100 meters away from each other. Zichen stood in midair and stared calmly at Jia Tu and Zhen Tuesday. His black robe fluttered without wind, and there was no injury on his body. Looking at Jia Tu and Zhen Tu, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. There were many footprints on the luxurious robe he wore. There were also a few places that had been torn. His red and swollen skin could be vaguely seen. The winner of this battle was obvious. Seeing that their young master was injured, the four saints all looked nervous. Their figures flashed and blocked in front of Jia Tu and Zhen Tuesday. They stared coldly at Zichen. "There's no need for you two." Jia Tu and Zhen Tu wiped the blood from the corner of their mouths. They were about to say something when they saw Zichen rushing towards them again. The four saints also rushed out. He naturally couldn't say what he wanted to say next. Zichen, who was rushing forward, was stopped by the four. Zichen turned into a golden light and flashed in front of the four of them. Pum, pum, pum. The sound of energy colliding rang out continuously. Zichen, who had turned into a golden light, forced his way forward. The four saints blocking his way were sent flying one after another. Damn it! Jia Tu and Zhen Tu couldn't help cursing when they saw how powerful Zichen was. They began to form hand seals. When Zichen broke through the four people and charged at him, a ball of light had already condensed in front of him. A clear rune was engraved in the ball of light, and a terrifying aura surged from the rune. The four saints were sent flying. Zichen came close. Jia Tu and Zhen Tu began to retreat. The rune in front of them rushed towards Zichen and exploded in midair. The terrifying energy scattered in all directions and was directly enveloped by Zichen. Half of the sky was destroyed by this energy and became a black hole. The four saints who were sent flying stabilized their bodies one after another and turned to look at the ball of energy that had exploded. In the short exchange, the four of them had suffered light injuries. The strength of the opponent was far beyond their expectations. Fortunately, they had taken the initiative to use a powerful move. They believed that even if the opponent didn't die, he would suffer unimaginable injuries after being hit by this move. Jia Tu and Zhen Tu were also very confident in their attack. Boom! In the midst of the scattered energy, there was suddenly a violent energy vibration. A figure wrapped in golden light rushed out from it. Lightning snakes swam on the surface of his body. His eyes were cold and emotionless like a war god. What? Seeing Zichen rush out and his unscathed appearance, Jia Tu, Zhen Tu, and the four saints were all shocked and cried out involuntarily. After rushing out of the violent energy, Zichen didn't stop. He directly rushed towards Jia Tu and Zhen Tu, golden light shining from his fist. Facing this punch, Jia Tu and Zhen Tu's expression changed drastically. Their hands formed seals again, and a bright energy shield appeared in front of them, blocking Zichen's punch. Boom! The light from the fist fell, and the energy shield didn't even block it for a moment before it exploded. At the same time, The light from the fist moved forward and landed on Jia, Tu, and Zhentu's chest. The light from the fist landed squarely on the other's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. Jia, Tu, and Zhentu's bodies flew backward in an instant, drawing a bloody line in the air. "Young master!" When the four saints saw this scene, they all cried out in unison. Their faces were all pale as they abandoned Ziqin and flew towards Jia, Tu, and Zhentu, who were flying backwards. In the distance, the 7 surviving saints were also shocked by the scene. While they were shocked, they were also angry and resentful. "Didn't you say that we were trash? In the end, weren't you beaten like a dog yourself?" Because of the others' indifference, they were resentful in their hearts. They couldn't wait for this guy to be beaten to death by Ziqin. Unfortunately, the other party's tenacity was far beyond their expectations. This blow only seriously injured him, but he didn't die. Ziqin didn't follow up with another attack. His eyes coldly swept across the entire scene, and he said the first sentence after the battle, "Today no one can leave." As if to verify the statement, many figures appeared behind those heavenly realms in the distance. They released powerful saint auras around them. Chapter 2233. Many figures appeared in their line of sight. They were all saints, and there were more than 15 of them, almost 20 of them. They had never seen so many saints before, nor did they know them. From what Ziqin had said earlier, it was obvious that they were here to support Ziqin. Originally, they were already in a disadvantageous situation when facing Ziqin. Now that so many saints had come, it would be even more difficult for them to resist and leave alive. However, it was still a bit exaggerated to say that no one could leave alive, because there were still many Heaven Realm cultivators here, and there were nearly 10,000 of them. Even if these saints slaughtered them all, it was impossible to guarantee that they would kill everyone. The saint walking in front was a young man. He was holding a simple and unadorned small cauldron in his hand. As he walked forward, the small cauldron glowed, and the materialized light scattered in all directions. The scattered light landed on the ground and turned into figures. There were even saints among these figures. In addition to saints, there were also false saints, half-step saints, and heaven realm cultivators. The light was like silk threads that kept scattering in all directions. Then, more cultivators appeared. The number went from hundreds to thousands, and then to tens of thousands. It was densely packed. According to Ziqin's instructions, Xingqian had brought all the cultivators in Moon City. In addition, many experts from the Nepha's starfield had also come. Dozens of saints and tens of thousands of Heaven Realm cultivators could indeed keep everyone here. The atmosphere became oppressive and silent. The faces of the 7 surviving saints turned pale, and the eyes of the Heaven Realm cultivators they brought were filled with fear and despair. Their purpose was to deal with a mere Thunder City. There was only one saint in Thunder City, and he had already been exhausted to death by them. However, who would have thought that there would be so many cultivators and experts coming to Thunder City's aid? Not to mention these people. Even the Thunder Clan cultivators on top of the Thunder City were dumbfounded at this moment. There were so many saints and cultivators, and there were so many auras from life stars among them. They didn't even dare to think about it before. With so many experts appearing, the outcome seemed to be doomed. However, Ziqin didn't feel relaxed at all because those people were too calm, especially the injured Jia, Tu, and Zhentu. There was no despair or fear on their faces. Jia, Tu, and Zhentu, who were helped up by the 4 saints, looked a little surprised. But that was all. The bad feeling in Ziqin's heart grew stronger and stronger. On the city wall, the lightning ancestor, who had sensed the danger earlier, seemed to have guessed something, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Interesting indeed. Fortunately, I was prepared before coming here. Otherwise, I would have really failed miserably this time. The surprise on his face vanished. Jia, Tu, and Zhen, too, smiled mockingly, talking regretfully. What a pity. It's rare for a life star to have a strong existence like you. Today you have to die here. A vortex appeared in the void above him, and a powerful aura surged out from the vortex. The moment that aura appeared, the entire planet trembled. All the saints who sensed this aura felt an intense pressure in their hearts. They had never sensed this kind of aura before, but they could feel that this aura was powerful and oppressive, making them feel suffocated and tremble. In the face of this aura, many heaven realm cultivators could not even stand properly. They had the urge to prostrate and worship. What is this? Is this the aura of a great saint? As this aura wreaked havoc, the faces of all the cultivators present were filled with deep shock. Jia, Tu, and Jinta revealed a mocking smile as they stared at Zichen, who was equally shocked. This is a Saint King. There is a Saint King hiding in the dark. A look of shock flashed across the lightning ancestor's face. In his heyday, he naturally would not be afraid of a mere Saint King. He could kill him with a raise of his hand, but now he was only left with a remnant soul, unable to fight anymore. Otherwise, he would not have let Lei Dong charge and break through the enemy lines. From the distorted space, a figure walked out. His figure was not very tall, but as he stood in the sky, he was like a pillar that supported the heavens. His figure was very imposing and tall. His whole body was glowing. The aura contained in the light was sacred and powerful, making people have the urge to prostrate and worship him. No one present had ever felt such a powerful aura. For a moment, they could not determine what level the expert who emitted this aura was at. Zichen was shocked, but he did not despair. His spiritual thoughts fell beside this expert, carefully perceiving the strength of this aura. It had to be said that this aura was very strong, but it was not strong enough to kill Zichen easily. At the very least, when carefully perceiving this aura, Zichen was still confident that he could block 1 or 2 moves from this expert. He was now barely a saint. If he could block a few moves from this expert, then this expert's realm could not be recognized as the strongest in the world. A great saint was not a great saint, but was much stronger than a saint, so this expert could only be a Saint King. But even a Saint King was enough to be a threat. Zichen could not help but curse in his heart. Didn't they say that there were almost no Saint Kings on this star path? How could a Saint King appear out of nowhere? As soon as this Saint King appeared, the expressions of all the cultivators present changed. The previously desperate cultivators now had a big change in mood. While they were shocked, they also showed joy on their faces. The same was true for the 7 saints. They who were about to die had forcibly taken a trip around the gates of hell and then walked back. How is it? Are you satisfied with my arrangement? Before you die, do you have any last words? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jintu from the Jiatu family. My full name is Jiatu Jintu. Jiatu, Jinta looked at Zichen and laughed mockingly. But his self-introduction obviously could not scare Zichen. Even Zichen's face did not change at all, because he had never heard of the Jiatu family. At this moment, Zichen had his own considerations. He admitted that this existence in front of him was a big threat to him. However, he was a heaven-defying warrior from a life star. Moreover, he had a powerful sacred realm body, and he had some other tricks. He wasn't completely powerless to fight this man. Zichen, this is a saint ruler, a new saint ruler. At that moment, the lightning ancestor's voice rang out in Zichen's mind. This sentence was like a cardiac stimulant that struck Zichen's heart, dispelling the last bit of hesitation and worry in Zichen's heart. Saint Kings were very powerful, but those who had just become Saint Kings were not necessarily so. The shock on Zichen's face dissipated little by little. His eyes glowed with fighting spirit. Feeling the changes in Zichen, everyone was stunned and looked at Zichen in disbelief. Could it be that this saint wanted to battle with the Saint King? What right did he have? Saints against saint kings. What right did they have? In the next moment, reality told them why all of this was happening. Because they had more people. Just as Zichen's fighting spirit was rising, Brilliant, who had been at the back, lightly tapped his foot and came to Zichen's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zichen. At the same time, Xingqian and Mingyu flew over from behind as well. No one dared to block their path, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that there was no point in blocking them. The battle would be decided by saint rulers. Xingqian and Mingyu came to stand on the other side of Zichen. The black robe on Mingyu's body exploded, revealing her beautiful face that didn't belong to Brilliant. There was a hazy moonlight twinkling on her body, as if it was a gauze woven from moonlight. The four of them stood shoulder to shoulder, 2 men and 2 women. The men were handsome and elegant with unique temperaments, while the women were beautiful like fairies. The 2 women stood on both sides. One of them was covered in golden light, representing the light. Her aura was scorching hot, while the other was covered in silver light, like a fairy under the moonlight. Her aura was calming. Looking at the four's actions, it was obvious that they were going to join forces to fight the Saint Kings. They still felt that it was unbelievable and didn't understand where their confidence came from. But on the city wall, the lightning ancestor saw this scene in front of him and felt very emotional. The 4 of them, standing shoulder to shoulder, actually represented another layer of meaning. It represented that after hundreds of thousands of years, the 4 royal clans had gathered again and united again, announcing the rise of the 4 royal clans. This meaning was very extraordinary, but the lightning ancestor also felt a little regretful. He murmured, "Thunder, that position was originally yours." There was silence and the world was overshadowed. Only the 5 rays of light became the focus of attention. Among them, the light on Zichen and the other 3 represented the sun, moon, star, and thunder. The 4 royal clans had gathered today. They were only saints, but facing the Saint Kings and under the pressure of the Saint Kings, they didn't retreat a single step. Interesting. Jia Tu and Zhen Tu chuckled. They crossed their arms and stood aside to watch the show. He had never seen a saint who could fight against a Saint King. Today was a good opportunity to see it. As for the safety of the Saint Kings, he didn't have to worry at all. If the Saint Kings died today, then everyone's death wouldn't be in vain. You don't know what's good for you. The Saint King's cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. He stood in place and didn't rush forward. He just stretched out a finger and gently drew a line in the air. The air was split by his stroke, and a bright light moved forward in the split space, heading straight for Zichen. This attack didn't seem fast in the eyes of the crowd. Every change could be seen clearly, but in fact this attack was so fast that it made others feel like it was slow. Facing such an attack, Zichen couldn't dodge at all. Or rather, he didn't have time to dodge at all. He could only do his best to hold up his arms and cross them in front of him. The light easily broke through the air and came in front of Zichen, colliding with his shining arms. Pum! With a loud bang, the beam of energy shattered, and Zichen's figure was sent flying. After that attack, the Saint King expressionlessly drew 3 more lines in front of him. 3 attacks were directed at Xingqian and the other 2. Bang! 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 Xingqian and the other 2 were also sent flying. Chapter 2234. The Holy King's attacks were naturally extraordinary. Just 4 strokes of his fingers were enough to send the 4 of them flying. However, they were only sent flying. Regardless of whether it was the extraordinary Zichen or the seemingly weak Mingyu, they both blocked the Saint Ruler's attack and were not injured at all. How could this be? Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Although they knew that the Holy King had not used his full strength, such an attack was definitely not something that mere saints could block. Even if they had blocked it, they should not have come out unscathed. Interesting. Jia Tu and Zhen Tu's Faces revealed unexpected smiles. Qin, who had been sent flying hundreds of meters, steadied himself and walked forward step by step. Qin and the other 3 silently followed behind, but they kept a distance from Qin. Facing a saint, it seemed that they could only fight. There was no need to deliberately arrange what these people should do. Even if they did, it would be useless. The Holy King frowned when he saw the 4 of them walking over unscathed and hearing their cries of surprise. He once again drew a line with his finger. An even brighter and more powerful light cut through the space like a blade of light, slashing toward Qin. In everyone's eyes, this was an even slower attack. Qin still could not dodge it. This time, he did not even have time to defend. The light came in front of him and swept past his body. Whoosh! The space was split in 2. The light continued forward, tearing the space apart. Qin's body was split in 2, and the space that had been cut apart dissipated to the sides. Was he dead? Everyone looked at the scene in a daze, and they secretly exclaimed that the saint was indeed powerful. Pum! An energy explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw the Holy King's body suddenly fly backwards. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and 2 large white teeth could be seen in the blood. The Holy King's teeth were a kind of treasure. Once successfully refined, although it could not be compared to a saint weapon, it was definitely not something that ordinary heavenly weapons could rival. However, at that moment, no one was thinking about that tooth. Or perhaps it would be better to say that they didn't have the heart to care about that tooth. Their gazes were all fixed on the place where the holy ruler had been standing earlier. There, Qin's figure appeared. He had 10 wings on his back. His left foot was in front and his right foot was behind. His body was leaning forward, and his fist, which was emitting a golden light, was still in a punching position. Qin, who had just been cut open by the light, turned into energy and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Qin had arrived in front of Saint King and sent him flying with a single punch. What kind of speed is this? Jia Huangtu, who was watching the show, suddenly shrank back. His playful expression revealed a hint of shock. He had been watching the battle all this time, so he did not notice anything unusual. It was only when he heard the sound that he saw the Holy King fly backward and Qin approach him. He had never seen or heard of this kind of speed before, so he was very shocked. If he had encountered Qin, who had this kind of speed, he would not have been able to defeat him in a single exchange. While he was shocked, he was also very glad that the other party had held back. Otherwise, even if there was a holy ruler secretly protecting him, it would not have been possible to save him in time. Star's sword fall. Just as everyone was shocked by Qin's speed, a cold shout rang out between heaven and earth. In the sky, a star chart appeared. The light of Qin formed a heavenly sword and slashed towards the Holy King, who had just been sent flying. Radiant light slash. The mark on the radiant light's hand also fell in an instant. A blinding golden light, with a powerful force, rushed towards the Holy King in front of it. Moonfall slash. Ming Yu's figure leaped up high. Her palms were clasped together, and gentle and bright moon energy gathered in her hands. She exerted force with both hands and slashed towards the Holy King below. This ray of light slashed open the void. It was not inferior to the Holy King's attack from before. All of this happened in an instant. Just as the Holy King raised his finger, Qin and the other 2 did not care whether Qin could block this attack or not. Instead, they chose to attack in this way. When Qin sent the Holy King flying with a punch, the 3's attacks followed. Perhaps it was a tacit understanding, perhaps it was trust, or perhaps it was a good grasp of timing. The 3's attacks all landed on the Holy King when he was careless and lost control of his body. Although he had lost control of his body and his front teeth had been lost due to carelessness, the Holy King's reaction was still very fast. He let out a cry that sounded a little breathless because of the loss of his front teeth. The Holy King raised his hand and took the initiative to attack upwards. Bang! Wherever the energy attack passed, Xing Chen's heavenly sword, which was the first to fall, exploded. The terrifying force caused the Holy King's body to fall even faster. Boom! Boom! The energy shook again. The radiant light and Mingyu's attacks were also shattered. This was the Holy King. Even if he had lost the initiative, he still managed to turn the tables. The three's attacks could kill a saint instantly, but when faced with the Holy King who had lost control of his body, they still could not do anything to him. Other than making his body fall faster, they did not leave any injuries on his body. However, the fact that he had taken the initiative to attack still shocked everyone. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure in the air disappeared again. He directly appeared beside the falling Holy King and viciously kicked him in the waist. This kick was not to stomp the Holy King harder, but to kick him into the air again. There were not many opportunities to take advantage of a Holy King's carelessness in a battle. So after seizing the advantage, one had to make the most of it. Zi Chen's kick carried great power. If the Holy King had been kicked, a few ribs would have broken in the back of his waist. But the Holy King's reaction was very fast. He forcefully twisted his body in a state of losing control and struck down with his palm, colliding with Zi Chen's kick. Pow! Using this great force, the Holy King's body soared into the air. As he soared, he also readjusted his center of gravity. The thunder wings on his back flapped together. Zi Chen arrived in front of the Holy King at a speed faster than the Holy King. He raised his hand and struck. This strike was full of power. The Holy King, who had almost steadied himself, struck out with his palm again. He wanted to use this force to completely stabilize his previous disadvantage. Zi Chen, who had struck at the front, suddenly disappeared in front of the Holy King and appeared beside him. With a force that was not very heavy but very fast, he struck the Holy King's body. In the eyes of the crowd, this attack did not seem strong, and its power was much weaker than before. It was only equivalent to giving the Saint King a light push. However, the Saint King, who had remained calm despite facing such a powerful attack, now staggered and became completely unstable. But this was only the beginning. Zi Chen used his extreme speed to appear in all directions of the Holy King. Then he struck out with relatively weak attacks, causing the Holy King's body to sway left and right. It was as if he had drunk too much and was walking with light feet. Zi Chen's attacks fell on the Holy King's body like raindrops. Every strike was not strong, but there were many of them. The attacks were very frequent, causing the Holy King to have no time to dodge or block Zi Chen's attacks. Zi Chen did not give the Holy King a chance to meet force with force. His attacks were always unexpected. Xing Chen and the other two stopped in the distance. In the current situation, it was not appropriate for them to attack. They could only hope that Zi Chen would use this method to completely destroy the Holy King. The spectators were very shocked. They had thought that Zi Chen and the others were overestimating themselves by challenging the Holy King. But who would have thought that they would be the ones to take the initiative when the battle had just begun? And after the Holy King's carelessness, he had lost the initiative. This is the ancient race's fighting technique. I didn't expect it to be so powerful when combined with extreme speed. On the city wall, the lightning ancestor was very surprised when he saw this scene. However, the worry between his brows did not disappear. Although he could easily kill the Holy King at his peak, he knew how powerful the Holy King was. It was obviously not possible to kill the Holy King with such an attack. Bang! 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 The sound of attacks rang out continuously, accompanied by the Holy King's angry roars. However, as the battle continued, Zi Chen realized that his energy was being depleted too quickly. The effect on the enemy was not as strong as he had imagined. Moreover, under the constant attacks, the Holy King gradually felt like he was regaining his balance. Once that happened, The advantage he had before would completely disappear. Boom! Seeing that the situation was getting more and more out of control, Zichun had no choice but to give up this attack method. He forcefully kicked the Holy King's body, accompanied by the sound of a few ribs breaking. The Holy King's glowing body slammed into the ground. Xingqian and the others seized the opportunity. Attacks after attacks fell from the sky, landing where the Holy King had fallen. This caused the originally dust-filled sky to be filled with sand and stones again. Larger and deeper craters appeared on the ground. The surroundings became quiet again. Everyone stared blankly at the deep, dust-filled crater. The powerful Holy King was actually being beaten up by Zichun just like that. Zichun stood in the air, his expression very solemn. The advantage he had before was completely gone. The next battle would be the real battle between him and the Holy King. He believed that the other party would not be careless again. Xingqian and the others stood in other places and spread out. The star chart appeared in the sky, each star emitting a bright light. Pum! A violent tremor came from the ground. The smoke and dust in the air suddenly began to roll. A terrifying energy wave emerged from it. The Holy King turned into a beam of light and rushed out, charging directly at Zichun. Zichun's figure flashed and dodged the attack. However, the Holy King was even faster. He forcefully turned in midair and punched at Zichun. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichun's figure kept changing in the air. His posture was elegant, and he displayed his maximum speed to the extreme. Wherever the Holy King passed, there was a rumbling sound. Relying on the power of the Holy King, he forcefully changed his direction and chased after Zichun. The Holy King used his own strength to forcefully widen the gap between the two of them. When Xingqian and the others saw this, they knew that it was time for them to go all out. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden light flashed. Zichun, who was dodging, suddenly unsheathed his sword. Chapter 2235. The sword drawing technique was one of Zichun's strongest trump cards. All these years, Zichun would only use this move at the last moment. But today, facing the Saint King, there could be a life and death crisis at any time. Zichun naturally couldn't care less about hiding his strength. The sword light, like a waterfall, appeared suddenly. Even though the Saint King was extremely vigilant against Zichun, he was still suddenly hit. Poof! The sharp sword light broke through the energy light on the surface of the Saint King's body and cut into his body. But the invincible sword light stopped after a few centimeters into the flesh. Zichun was sent flying by the blow. The long sword that had already been sheathed almost slipped out of his hand. He retreated again and again. His face was flushed, but he resisted the urge to vomit blood. A 7-star pattern appeared in the sky. The 7 stars connected together, forming the 7-star seal. An ancient and vicissitude aura descended from the sky. 7 solid energy, starlight went straight for the Saint King. This was the powerful 7-star seal, an ancient spell of the Star Clan. The Holy King raised his head and looked at the 7-star seal. A disdainful smile flashed across his face. He punched out and landed on the 7-star seal. With a loud bang, the 7-star seal shattered. Xingqian, heavenly sword, fall! The cold voice sounded again. After the 7-star seal collapsed, another heavenly sword appeared in the sky. The heavenly sword fell from the sky. When Xingqian attacked, the radiant in another direction was filled with dazzling light. The light was filled with a divine aura. It was like a golden sun hanging high in the sky. The radiant raised her hands to the sky. The saint power in her body gathered above. The dazzling light seemed to form another sun. From afar, the radiant seemed to be holding a sun. With a shout, she threw the sun at the Saint King. Where the sun passed, the space distorted violently. It carried a powerful destructive force. Such an attack was extremely powerful. All the saints were shocked, including the 4 from the Jatu clan. If they were hit by such an attack, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. However, if he were to rely on such an attack to fight a saint, it would not be enough. The Saint King stood in the air, and with a wave of his hand, the heavenly sword exploded. His figure rushed forward, and with a stomp of his foot, the sun shattered in front of him, turning into boundless energy that scattered in all directions. Moonfall. A hazy voice rang out from a higher place. Ming Yu was holding an energy, holy sword in her hand. Her entire body was shining with the holy light of the moon. A full moon hung high in the sky. She looked like a fairy who had walked out from the moon. She thrust her sword forward. With his 2 attacks broken, Xing Chen gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The Xing Chen battle armor appeared on his body, and a Xing Chen spear appeared in his hand. Spear light flashed as the long spear pierced forward. Brilliant light also transformed into a beam of light and rushed toward the Holy King. Perhaps there was a large gap between the 3 of them and the Saint King in terms of energy attacks, but in terms of physical strength, the Saint King was still some distance away from them. The aura around the Saint King surged, and his eyes became colder and colder. These saints indeed gave him a feeling that they were difficult to deal with. As energy surged, he broke Mingyu's attack and punched at her. The holy light of the moon formed a shield of light in front of Mingyu. With a bang, the shield of light shattered. Mingyu raised her hand to block the Saint King's powerful attack. Mingyu began to retreat in the powerful shockwave. Xing Chen's spear was kicked away by the Saint King, and it flew out of his hand. Xing Chen, who had abandoned his spear, formed a sword with 2 fingers, and a beam of starlight, sword chi shot out, heading straight for the Saint King's eyes. Brilliant light appeared on the other side of the Saint King in time, and a powerful attack was sent toward the Saint King. Facing the pincer attack of the 2, the Saint King's body spun in the air. Between his hands, beams of sword chi shot out in all directions, and powerful energy spread out, forcing the 2 to retreat. Ziqin, who had been looking for an opportunity, used his extreme speed to appear behind the Saint King, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Go to hell!" The Saint King shouted coldly, and his spinning body flew directly toward Ziqin. Beams of sword chi pierced through Ziqin's body at an unimaginable speed, turning him into a sieve in an instant. Swoosh! The bright light appeared again, but this time it came from behind the Saint King. The real Ziqin was there, and he unsheathed his sword again. When the Saint King attacked, he had been wary of Ziqin, but he did not expect to be hit by Ziqin again. After losing the initiative, the Saint King was almost unable to dodge this attack. His energy defense was broken again, and the light of the sword cut into his body. This was the 2nd wound on the Saint King's body. Everyone around was silent, and they were shocked, speechless. To be able to hurt the Saint King twice, even if he was killed, Ziqin could be proud. "Go to hell!" The Saint King roared and rushed toward Ziqin. Ziqin did not retreat, and he rushed toward the Saint King. Boom! Surging energy surged, and Ziqin retreated. Xing Chen, the brilliant light, and Mingyu rushed over, turning into 3 beams of light, and attacked the Saint King. For a moment, beams of light kept entangling in the sky, and then Ziqin joined in. For saints joined forces to fight a Saint King, but they did not show any signs of defeat. It had to be said that such a scene was unbelievable. Amazing! All 4 of them have saint-level bodies. Amazing! Jiatu and Jintu, who had been watching the show, showed unconcealable shock on their faces. He came from the Jiatu family, which was the overlord force of the entire star path. There was no force stronger than this family on the star path, and there were too many resources in the family, but even so, he had not condensed a saint-level body. Not to mention him, even in the entire Jetta family, how many saint-level bodies did they have? This was another great opportunity that would make others envious among the saints. Even the Saint Kings were envious. It was worth mentioning that the Saint King from the Jata clan did not have a saint-level physical body despite his amazing talent. But these four did, and all of them did. What a pity! Although they are all saints, their realms still need to grow. Once they reach the peak, what can a Saint King do? Looking at the battle, the lightning ancestor shook his head, his expression somewhat regretful. These four people all had extraordinary backgrounds, and were definitely the top battle forces of the Life Star. The significance they represented was almost no less than the ancestors of the four king families. If they were given more time, they would definitely shock the whole world. Bang! Bang! Energy vibrations kept coming, and the battle was in a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Previously, everyone thought that these four people did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and would definitely die, but the current situation shocked them to the point of speechlessness. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out, and Zichen flew out. Xing Chen and the other two were still fighting, while Zichen stood in the distance, light flowing on his body. Attentive cultivators quickly discovered that in addition to the golden light on Zichen's body, there was an additional silver light. The silver light did not come from his wings, but from Zichen's body. The silver light quickly became blazing, squeezing out the golden light and occupying half of Zichen's body. Zichen's body was half golden and half silver, and his eyes were also alternating with gold and silver light. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, 2 balls of energy appeared in his left and right palms. This was the energy of Saint Light, and it was the first time Zichen had used these 2 kinds of energy after breaking through to the saint level. This is Wuji's yin and yang energy. Good fellow, he actually managed to achieve the level of dual energy in one body. The lightning ancestor looked shocked when he saw this scene. In his eyes, Wuji was a junior with a lot of potential. They were very clear about Wuji's experiment back then, but no matter how they looked at it, it was impossible for that experiment to succeed. He was also one of the people who tried to persuade Wuji to give up, but Zichen had succeeded. This was a very unbelievable thing. But soon, the lightning ancestor guessed the reason for Zichen's success. It must be the pearl from the lightning divine palace. The 2 saint powers slowly approached each other and began to repel each other, forming a powerful wave. Under the impact of this wave, blood flowed from the corner of Zichen's mouth. His powerful physical strength was not enough to withstand the repel of these 2 kinds of saint powers. A unique destructive aura filled the world, causing many cultivators' expressions to change. Is he crazy? He actually wants to forcefully fuse these 2 kinds of energy. Jia 2 and Zhen 2's expressions changed drastically. Feeling the powerful energy contained in the attack, there was a hint of fear in their eyes, and they began to retreat. This was their perception of danger. They believed that no one at the same level could survive the explosion of these 2 kinds of energy. The other saints also kept retreating, looking very frightened. The Saint King sensed the abnormality, but at this moment, Xing Qin and the other 2 increased their attacks. Even if they were injured, they wanted to stop him and not let him reach Zichen. The yin and yang energies began to fuse, creating more waves. Zichen's body swayed between heaven and earth, and more blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This kind of attack was too harmful to the body. Now, with the strength of Zichen's physical body, he could only use it once. With Zichen as the center, the destructive energy waves continued to spread. The cultivators, watching the battle below, all ran far away. Madman, this is a madman. Jia 2 and Zhen 2 cried out involuntarily, running faster and faster. Zichen began to cough up blood. The 2 kinds of energy began to fuse and then kept twisting. Under the perfect control of Zichen's saint-level spiritual thoughts, it changed forcibly and finally turned into a thunder lotus. The moment the yin-yang thunder lotus formed, the world around Zichen began to twist wildly. The void kept trembling, as if it felt some kind of fear. Retreat! Xingqian and the other two were also frightened. They ignored the Saint King and turned to run. Their speed was definitely the fastest in their lives. The Qi and the yin-yang thunder lotus locked onto the Saint King, making it impossible for him to escape. The yin-yang thunder lotus left Zichen's hand and came in front of the Saint King at a slow but very fast speed. The Saint King saw the yin-yang thunder lotus, and his expression changed drastically. He put up all his defenses. Boom! The yin-yang thunder lotus exploded. Chapter 2236. The yin-yang thunder lotus exploded in an instant. The yin-yang energy contained within was completely berserk, forming an indiscriminate attack that began to spread. The Saint King, who was targeted by the aura, was the first to bear the brunt of the yin-yang energy. At the same time, the energy continued to spread, dispersing in all directions. Its second target was Zichen. Run! Zichen's eyes were also filled with horror. The terror of the yin-yang thunder lotus was beyond his imagination. Just now, his perfect spiritual sense had actually felt like it was out of control. The yin-yang thunder lotus had exploded half a breath earlier than he had expected. Now that he saw the energy spreading in all directions, he turned and ran without saying anything. He was also moving at a speed that he had never seen before in his life. It was as if he was teleporting, his figure constantly disappearing. But every time his figure disappeared, Zichen would cough up large mouthfuls of blood. The blood emitted a golden light like a falling gem. After disappearing 3 times like this, Zichen finally retreated far away after coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood. That damn guy! Jiatu and Jintu, who had run far away, were still cursing. This energy was really too strong. It might really be able to kill a Saint King. That was a Saint King, a powerful Saint King. He could ignore the other saints in this star field, but he had to care about the Saint King of the Jutta family, and even more so about the Saint King. If the Saint King was killed today, even if he could return alive, even if he was a direct descendant of the family, he would still suffer. Don't die. He was confident, but after seeing that violent energy, his confidence was completely gone. He could only pray silently in his heart. Beside him, the expressions of the 4 saints were also very ugly. The situation was completely out of their expectations. The Vic brothers, who were still very unconvinced of Zichen's strength, had already lost all color on their faces at this moment. The powerful strength that Zichen had displayed was more than enough to kill the 2 of them. Everyone retreated far away. Fortunately, the city was quite far from the battlefield. After a large area of space was completely destroyed, the energy also stopped expanding under the constant suction of the spatial turbulence in the void and began to dissipate. The surroundings were completely silent. Only the faint sounds of explosions could be heard from the constant surging of energy. Because it was the aftermath, the sounds were not very loud. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on the center of the wild and violent energy in the sky. Their originally confident expressions had become extremely anxious at this moment. That Sage King couldn't have been killed by Zichen's yin-yang lightning lotus, right? If he really died, then Zichen's name would spread throughout the entire star path. A saint killing a Saint King. This would be the first time. The people on both sides were very nervous at this moment. Almost all of them were silently praying in their hearts. It was just that one side hoped that the Saint King would be completely dead, while the other side hoped that the Saint King would not die. Amidst the conflicting prayers, another wave of energy spread out from the dissipating energy. It was the aura of a Saint King. Sensing this fluctuation, the cultivators on the Saint Rulers side cheered loudly. Being able to sense the fluctuations proved that the Saint King was still alive. Phew! The nervous Jia, Tu, and Jun, Tu, also heaved a huge sigh of relief. As long as the Saint King was still alive, they would be able to win this battle. There should not be any more accidents after this. The cultivators on Zi Chen's side were disappointed. At the same time, they were secretly cursing the Saint King's life. Why was he still alive? How can a Saint King be killed so easily? The lightning ancestor was not surprised at all by this scene. Although the Saint King could not possibly die, he definitely would not feel good either. Sure enough, as the last bit of energy surged, the Saint King's figure appeared. After he came out, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Originally, his body was shining brightly and his aura was threatening. However, at this moment, the Saint King was in a very sorry state. There were many big holes in his robe, and many parts of his exposed skin were charred black. There was even black smoke coming out from the top of his head after being struck by lightning. Although he was not dead, his injuries were very serious. He had suffered a big blow this time. However, there was no shock in his eyes. Instead, there was more annoyance. If he had known that this guy had so many tricks up his sleeve, he would not have held back. He would not have underestimated his opponent. He would have used his most powerful means to destroy his opponent. However, who would have thought that a mere saint could force a powerful Saint King like him into such a situation? Go to hell. In the distance, Zi Chen was also very annoyed when he saw that the Saint King was still alive. However, after sensing that the other party was seriously injured, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He decisively rushed forward, trying to completely destroy the other party in one go. The enemy was too strong. They could not give the other party any time to breathe. Xing Chen and the other two clearly understood this principle. They reacted as quickly as Zi Chen and rushed forward. Looking at the aggressive and murderous four people, the surrounding people exclaimed again. Could a severely injured Saint King deal with four saints with saint-level physical bodies? Jia, Tu, and Zhen Tu, who were very worried before, were completely relieved when they saw that the Saint King was still alive. As long as the Saint King was still alive, as long as he was still breathing, then no one could kill him. As for these four people, perhaps they were really extraordinary, but they still had to die today. Sure enough, the four people who had just rushed forward changed their expressions in the next moment. Then, without any explanation, they turned around and rushed in the opposite direction. It was as if the severely injured Saint King had become a great saint in an instant, possessing the power to easily kill them. Naturally, a Saint King would not become a great saint. The aura of the two was completely different. However, the fear of Zi Chen and the other three was not meaningless. A long saber appeared in the hand of the vexed Saint King. The moment the long saber appeared, a strong aura spread out. It was precisely because the four of them sensed this extremely powerful aura that they turned and ran. Because the long saber was a saint weapon. It was a rare weapon in the world. It was the most powerful weapon in the world. Even the saints in the aristocratic families did not have one. Even the Saint Kings dared not say that each of them had one. Saint weapons were like great saints. They were rare existences in the world. On the Life Star, a shield was a saint weapon. It was known as the strongest defense in the world. The Battle King's sword was a saint weapon. It easily killed a Saint King and more than 10 saints. Zi Chen had not seen a saint weapon since he came to this world. Not to mention him, how many people present had seen a real saint weapon? Once a saint weapon was out, who could fight against it? The four people decisively retreated. This was the wisest choice. Otherwise, what awaited them would be death. This was also the source of Jia, Tu, and Zhen Tu's confidence. With a saint weapon in hand, who could kill a Saint King? It was over. Everything should be over. The four people quickly gathered together. Their eyes were full of shock. If they did not have a saint weapon, they were confident that they could kill this Saint King. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The other party did have a saint weapon. The Saint King turned around with his saber and looked at Ziqin and the other three. At this moment, no one paid attention to the other party's sorry state or the severity of their injuries. Everyone's eyes fell on the Saint weapon. Perhaps in this lifetime they would only see a Saint weapon once. The rarity of this item was even greater than that of a Saint King. The Saint King's sorry state once again became imposing and tall. The feeling of invincibility from before once again filled his heart. The corners of the Saint King's mouth curled up slightly. He clenched the Saint weapon in his hand and slashed forward. The saber light appeared. The void was split into two, becoming a crack that could not be healed. The saber light moved forward as if it was going to split the entire planet. The Saint King's slash was very casual, but it contained too much chi. The four people felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They could barely move. As for running away, it was even more unrealistic. Facing this slash, running away would only lead to faster death. Fortunately, Ziqin did not plan to run away. His expression became cold, ferocious, and crazy. Everything that happened today was completely out of his expectations. He felt the threat of death, but it was obviously impossible to kill Ziqin just like that. Ziqin had to resist and fight. A white bead appeared in his hand. He held the bead in his hand, and the energy in his body surged wildly into the bead. This should be the thing that Ziqin had the best chance of blocking this attack. So far, this was because it was once a saint weapon, and it was the most important part of it. Lightning flashed, and the bead trembled, forming a barrier in front of them. At this moment of life and death, Ziqin did not need to deliberately instruct the other three people. They knew what to do. The three people's bodies glowed, and they took a step forward with difficulty. Their bodies leaned forward, and their palms landed on Ziqin's palm. Immediately after, the energy in their bodies flowed through Ziqin's palm and gathered toward the white bead. For a moment, the white bead radiated light in all directions. The light of 4 different energies changed. These 4 energies were the combined energy of the 4 royal clans. The barrier became larger and more dazzling. The saber light moved forward and landed on it. The surrounding space was cut open. Heaven and earth were completely separated. Wherever the powerful saber light passed, everything was cut in two. However, when the saber light landed on the barrier, it stopped. The core of the shield, driven by the full power of the 4 people, blocked the saber light. The 4 people retreated in the air. The saber light continued to move forward and destroy, but it was unable to cut open the barrier. At the same time, the power of the saber light continued to dissipate until it completely disappeared. It had actually blocked it. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Xingqian and the other 2 people removed their hands, and their faces turned pale. Although they had blocked the attack of a saint weapon, they had consumed too much of their energy. After all, it was not a complete shield. Although it was extraordinary, it still required others to control it. This bead is not bad. I want it. Let's see how many more saber strikes you can block. The saint ruler laughed coldly, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Ziqin and the other 3 people had exhausted a great deal of energy to block the saber light. However, it was very easy for the saint ruler to slash out with the saber light. Sooner or later, the 4 of them would die. You can't take this treasure away. You are not qualified to take it. Just when everyone thought that Ziqin and the others were dead for sure, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly resounded in the heavens and the earth. Chapter 2237. This voice was very cold, and his words were firm. He seemed to be very confident. Everyone's gaze, subconsciously, turned towards the source of the voice. It was the city wall of Thunder City, and the one who spoke was a middle-aged man standing on the wall. His expression was cold, and his face was dignified. He stood with his hands behind his back and his robes fluttered without any wind. He was an expert, a true expert in the world, the famous lightning ancestor. Unfortunately, not many people knew him and didn't know his background. The lightning ancestor slowly rose into the air, and his aura was naturally released. This aura was very powerful, far beyond that of a Saint King. As an existence who could kill a Saint King with a flick of his finger, even if he was only a remnant soul today, he still had extraordinary means. The huge spatial vortex that originally enveloped the entire Thunder City began to move out of the city as the lightning ancestor rose into the air. A storm blew over the entire planet. This storm was very terrifying and powerful. The heavenly realm experts in the storm began to become unstable and retreated again and again. The Saint King with the sword turned to look at the lightning ancestor. He also didn't know him, but he could sense his strength, and his expression became serious. Jia, Tu, and Jintu were so depressed that they wanted to curse. Wasn't he just killing a person and stealing a treasure? Why did he have to go through so many twists and turns? What was going on? Moreover, looking at the scene in front of them, it seemed that they were at a disadvantage again. Young master. Beside him, a saint called out softly. Jia, Tu, and Jintu turned to see the saint's pleading expression and slowly shook their heads. He wouldn't run. No matter what, he wouldn't run. Today he had to kill and steal the treasure. And he wasn't stupid. He could see that the guy standing on the city wall far away wasn't a real human at all. At most, he was a spirit. At the moment, he looked powerful, but he believed that he couldn't hold on for long. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to fight and kill each other earlier. Hearing the lightning ancestor's voice, Zichen and the other three turned back. After seeing the moving spatial vortex, they were shocked, but soon filled with surprise. With the lightning ancestor's attack, this guy had an 80% chance of being killed. Once the Saint King was killed, then the following saints were no longer a threat. Even if they had saint weapons, Zichen was confident that he could kill all of them. Today, he would kill the Saint King and steal the saint weapon. Retreat. The four of them began to retreat. In the process of retreating, Zichen's body surged with a powerful aura of life. He was making use of this time to heal his injuries. The vortex passed over their heads, and the pressure it produced was very strong. It was suffocating, but it was not dangerous. This did not mean that the vortex was not strong. On the contrary, it was very strong. The reason why Zichen and the others did not sense any danger was because the lightning ancestor had full control over the vortex. He could clearly distinguish between friend and foe. For example, the saint ruler was stern right now. He seemed to be facing a great enemy. He could sense a thick sense of danger from the whirlpool as well as a powerful presence. Relying on his saint weapon, he was confident that he could escape from the pressure of this aura. However, without him to resist this aura, those people in the distance would have to face it head-on. He didn't care about the heavenly realms and the saints in this star field, but he had to care about Jia, Tu, Zhentu, and the other four saints. The lightning ancestor, who had not stepped out of the city for many years, stepped out today and stood below the vortex. He still stood with his hands behind his back. Lightning flashed on his body, and his robe fluttered in the lightning. He did not show any powerful attacks to the shocked people. He only looked at the Saint King with his hands behind his back and said, "Thunderclap, Ninth Heaven." The Thunderclap, Ninth Heaven was a heavenly path spell of the Thunder Clan. Zichen was very familiar with it. He had seen it a long time ago. This was one of the few powerful spells of the Thunder Clan. Now that the lightning ancestor had used it, Zichen's face was full of anticipation. Thunder rumbled in the vortex. A vast and powerful aura descended from the sky. Faintly, a terrifying spiritual sense swept across the ground. Then, lightning appeared from the vortex. It was no longer lightning in the purest sense. At this moment, it looked more like a real lightning dragon. It was majestic and vast, and its eyes were motionless. After it poked its head out of the vortex, its cold dragon eyes locked onto the Saint King. Then, the lightning dragon appeared from the vortex. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long, and its aura was vast. It rushed toward the Saint King. The Saint King, who was facing a great enemy, saw the lightning dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. He roared and slashed at the lightning dragon with both hands. This blade light split the sky and the earth and went straight for the lightning dragon. Swoosh! In the face of this blade, the powerful lightning dragon only opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the blade light. However, the blade light swept through the lightning dragon's body, and along with the sky and the earth, it split the lightning dragon into two. The insufferably powerful thunder dragon was slashed apart by the saber just like that and dissipated into the horizon. Seeing this scene, the very nervous people also breathed a sigh of relief. They thought to themselves, that's all there is to it. The lightning ancestor's expression did not change. He still stood with his hands behind his back. As the lightning dragon dissipated, the powerful saber also dissipated. The whirlpool in the sky suddenly became brighter, and the light became even more dazzling. In the next moment, a tall door emitting the light of lightning appeared in the pitch-black whirlpool. That's the gate of the ninth heaven. The instant he saw the door, Zi Chen's face, which was filled with anticipation, revealed a shocked expression. He had obtained the true lightning origin inheritance and was very familiar with the lightning clan's techniques. Although he had not yet comprehended to the peak, he knew very well what the peak of the thunderclap ninth heaven looked like. The thunderclap ninth heaven was not like the thunderclap, where 9 lightning dragons were summoned from the sky. It was called the thunderclap ninth heaven. The true thunderclap ninth heaven was to open the legendary gate of the ninth heaven and release the powerful lightning beast sealed in the gate of the ninth heaven. The stronger one was, the more powerful the lightning beasts they summoned would be. For the lightning ancestor to summon the true form of the lightning dragon at the first level, it meant that his understanding of the technique had deepened and his battle strength had increased. If the lightning ancestor was not in a poor state and was only a remnant soul, it was believed that the lightning dragon that rushed out of the door would have seriously injured or even killed the Holy King. At this moment, the second door opened, and an even more vast aura appeared from the vortex. This time, everyone could clearly feel that an even stronger spiritual sense swept across the land, and then another dragon head poked out. Compared to the lightning dragon just now, this dragon head was pitifully small. It was like a mini dragon, but it was full of spirit. Its eyes were constantly moving, and it gave people a feeling that it was very cute and cute. But when it saw the Saint King below, that feeling disappeared. A brutal light flowed out of its eyes, completely revealing itself from within. This was not a lightning dragon, but a lightning beast with a dragon head. No one could call out its name. It was a strange lightning beast. This lightning beast was only 10 meters long, much smaller than the lightning dragon just now. As soon as it appeared, it rushed toward the Holy King. Perhaps because of its small size, it was faster. Slash! The Holy King shouted again and slashed out with the saint's sword in his hand. The blade light was stronger and bigger than before, hundreds of times stronger than the lightning beast. Facing this attack, the lightning beast also opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the attack. The people in the distance could not help but laugh. The lightning beast's mouth was so small that it could not even reach the edge of the blade light. It was like a person opening his mouth to a mountain, and it looked more like he was yawning instead of swallowing a mountain. But in the next moment, the smiles on those cultivators' faces all froze. The powerful saber light, which defied the heavens, actually shrank rapidly in the air. By the time it reached the lightning beast, it had become mini, and then it was swallowed by the lightning beast. As if it felt that it was a rare delicacy, the lightning beast even smacked its mouth twice. Under everyone's shocked expression, it rushed toward the Holy King, who had changed from slashing to defending, and looked shocked. Boom! After all, this lightning beast was a body of energy. After hitting the saint's sword, it exploded, and the boundless power of lightning instantly drowned the Holy King. Thunder roared. The Holy King was still raging in the lightning when another portal appeared in the vortex in the sky. This portal was even brighter and more dazzling than before. This was the portal of the third day. As it opened, the terrifying existence sealed within was released. This was no longer a dragon-shaped creature. Instead, it was a strange lightning beast with a horn. Its eyes were filled with brutality and bloodlust. Its head was as large as a house, and it struggled to squeeze through the door. Its eyes seemed to pierce through the violent lightning and landed on the Saint King. This attack was obviously stronger and more terrifying. The Holy King, who had not escaped the lightning from before, was probably in danger this time. However, just as everyone thought that this powerful lightning beast would rush down in the next moment, they saw a strong look of unwillingness in the lightning beast's eyes. It roared angrily at the sky, and a bolt of lightning appeared from its mouth, heading toward the Holy King, who was still covered in lightning. The moment the lightning fell, the portal in the sky disappeared, and the lightning beast disappeared as well. The distorted space returned to normal. This attack was obviously not complete. Zichen turned his head to look at the lightning ancestor and found that his figure had become very blurry. It moved with the wind and could dissipate at any time. Zichen knew that this was because the lightning ancestor's remaining spiritual power was not enough to support a third attack. His figure flashed and rushed forward. Xingchen and the other two followed closely behind. The lightning ancestor had done enough. It was time for them to act. The Holy King had just rushed out of the violent energy and was still coughing up blood when he encountered the terrifying lightning that the lightning beast in the portal of the third day spat out. Boom! He was hit by the lightning, and the power of lightning raged violently. A painful cry was heard. Zichen stood in front of the lightning ancestor, staring at the place where the lightning exploded. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2238. The Holy King's screams were very clear, and he seemed to be in great pain. Zichen and the other three were glaring at him from the side. When Jia, Tu, and Zhen Tu saw this scene, they suddenly made up their minds and rushed forward. The other four did not hesitate to follow. The Holy King was related to their life and death, and they could not be harmed. As for the 7 saints from before, they were very hesitant at this moment. Zichen and the other 3 had shown the strength to kill a Holy King, and they did not want to die in vain. Those who survive this battle are qualified to get a quota, and the Jia clan will also remember each of your kindness. Jia, Tu, and Zhen Tu's voice transmission sounded in the sea of consciousness of the 7 saints. The 7 of them no longer hesitated and decided to take action. This was not only because of the great reward, but also because of the Jia clan. If they did not take action today, not to mention the quota and kindness, they might have to bear the wrath of the Jia clan in the future. Let's go deal with the strongest one. The Vic brothers did not have any forces and were only independent cultivators. They would not care so much. The 2 of them laughed and began to form seals, and obviously chose Zichen. The strength that Zichen had shown earlier was strong enough to kill the 2 of them, but the 2 of them were confident that they also had some special means. Although they did not have the extravagant hope of killing the other party, it was still possible to resist for a few breaths and give the Holy King some time to breathe. Therefore, the 2 brothers turned into a storm and rushed directly toward Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was undoubtedly furious. Because of this damned Holy King, not only would all of them be in danger, but even the lightning ancestor had exhausted all of his soul power. It was obvious that the lightning ancestor would dissipate next. Therefore, he was not in the mood to play, and looked coldly at the storm flying toward him. Energy attacks were useless against this storm, and Zichun was already very clear in his heart. The reason why the two brothers dared to rush toward him was because of this. Die. Zichun raised his hand and stared at the storm flying toward him and said coldly, swoosh. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in front of him and went straight for the storm. It's useless. When the two brothers saw the light of the lightning, a mocking laughter suddenly rang out. However, only the word useless was uttered in that laughter before two piu sounds rang out. The speed of the strong storm's rotation had clearly slowed down. Within the storm, the expressions of the two brothers had already frozen. There was a line of blood between their eyebrows, and their vitality was rapidly draining away. Under the inertia, their bodies continued to spin, but they were already dead. After flying for about 100 meters, the two of them landed on the ground at the same time. The two people who had been able to fight Zichun to a draw were killed in one blow. The thunderbolt circled around and returned to Zichun. It turned into a small knife and disappeared. Next, Zichun's hand shone brightly as he knocked an arrow on his bow. The saint power in his body surged as he shot an arrow at a saint who was charging forward. The arrow sped forward and instantly turned into a black dragon. The black dragon let out a dragon's roar, which was accompanied by a cry of pain. This was Zichun's heavenly soldier. Because he had injected too much saint power into it, the dragon's soul could not bear it, so it seemed to be in pain. After the first arrow, another arrow was shot. However, this arrow was formed by pure saint power. This was heaven-defying saint power, the saint power that belonged only to heaven-defying people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zichun shot out 5 arrows at lightning speed. Other than the first arrow, which was the dragon god arrow, the others were all energy saint arrows. Their targets were the last 5 saints from this galaxy. The 5 saints' faces changed drastically, and they were terrified. In the next moment, the saint power arrows pierced through their bodies. 4 of them died and 1 was injured. On the other side, Xingqian and the other 2 also showed their full strength. Under such full strength, the 5 saints from the Jeddah family could not withstand their frontal attack. Energy surged in an instant, raging and raging. The 5 of them spat out blood and flew backward. 3 of them were injured and 2 were killed. Swoosh! Zichun shot out another arrow. The last injured person died under the dragon god arrow. Xingqian and the other 2 unleashed their power together. Of the 3 injured people from the Jiatu family, another 2 died. Jiatu and Jintu were seriously injured and fell to the ground. They relied on their strong strength and special means to save their lives. Boom! Surging energy suddenly surged from below. The Saint King finally rushed out. He was still not dead, but he was not far from death. He coughed up blood, and his aura became very weak. Zichun's eyes were cold. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, and he was about to rush toward the Saint King. Swoosh! The Saint King raised a saint weapon and attacked Zichun. This attack was very strong, but it was much weaker than before. At this moment, the Saint King was like a stray dog, even with a saint weapon. Due to the Saint King's heavy injuries, the unique aura of a saint weapon was no longer as strong as before, allowing Zichun to easily evade it. Immediately after, Zichun showed his extreme speed. He instantly appeared in front of the Saint King and kicked him away. His figure flashed again. Zichun moved along with the Saint King's movements. During this time, the melee combat skills of the perfect body were displayed beautifully. The Saint King's body was completely out of control. Under Zichun's attacks, which were like raindrops, he began to sway left and right. Blood kept spurting from the corner of his mouth. Under the shocked expressions in the distance, the Saint King had no strength to resist. Fortunately, he still held the saint weapon in his hand tightly and did not let go. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Zichen in an instant. Stop! Seeing that the battle was about to end and the situation was about to be completely stabilized, a loud roar suddenly sounded from afar. This roar resounded throughout the entire world like thunder. The aura of a saint instantly wreaked havoc in the field. Streaks of light flew over from afar. These streaks of light were all saints. Zichen did not know these saints, but he could sense the hostility from them through their auras. Of course, it was impossible for him to stop. The frequency of his attacks increased. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The voice from before sounded again. This time, a streak of light rushed towards Zichen. In the light was a young man who looked somewhat similar to Jia, Tu, and Jintu. His face was filled with shock and anger. Swoosh! Xing Chen rushed forward and blocked the other party. Scram! Jia, Tu Huangtu shouted angrily and punched at Xing Chen. The dazzling light of Xing Chen flashed. Xing Chen also punched out, one punch against the other. This punch was very powerful. You're courting death. Seeing that the other party dared to fight him head-on, the coldness in Jia, Tu Huangtu's eyes grew stronger. His fist collided with Xing Chen's fist. But the scene of the young man in front of him being sent flying did not happen. He saw a powerful aura surge from the other party. This aura was shocking. Instead, it shook him back. The two of them were evenly matched. They both retreated. The saints who came later were shocked when they saw the scene. To be able to be evenly matched with young Master Huangtu, the other party was obviously also in existence with a saint-level physical body. On the other side, the battle was still going on. The Saint King was obviously seriously injured and his life was in danger. Jia Tu Huangtu was extremely anxious. He did not know what had happened. He followed behind the goddess. Jia Tu Huangtu had brought a Saint King to deal with this matter. He calculated the time. Everything should be over. But who would have thought that when he brought the goddess here, what he saw was not a welcoming scene, but the scene of his own Saint King being severely injured and on the verge of death. Scram! With an angry roar, Jia Tu Huangtu rushed forward again, wanting to rush past Xing Chen. Xing Chen's expression was cold. He was not afraid of the other party at all. The two of them turned into two rays of light, constantly exchanging blows. The sound of surging energy vibrations was also constantly heard. Seeing that the two of them were evenly matched, the other saints of the Jia Tu clan were shocked. But at this moment, they could not care about anything else. They had to save the Saint King first. There were a total of 3 of them, and they rushed forward. At this moment, there was a flash of light. The brilliant light and bright moon blocked the 3 of them. The 3 saints were clearly shocked when they saw the 2 women's appearances. Such beautiful appearances were definitely rare in the world. They were even prettier than the goddesses who had come with them. Just as the 3 of them were slightly dazed, the brilliant light and bright moon launched an attack. Surging energy surged in the sky, and the 3 saints were directly sent flying. Boom! The energy vibrated. Zichen used all his strength and kicked the Saint King's abdomen. The power of the previous attacks had all entered the other party's body. Coupled with the powerful attack at this moment, the Saint King's body exploded with energy. The Saint King flew backward, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. The blood was accompanied by fragments of his shattered organs. But even with such a heavy injury, the Saint King still held on to the saint weapon in his hand, determined not to let go. The Saint King knew very well that if he held on to the saint weapon, he still had a chance of survival. Once the saint weapon left his hand, what awaited him next was only death. At this moment, he had no power to fight back against Zichen. He was very regretful. If he had used his most powerful attack right from the start, no matter what trump cards the other party had, it would be impossible for him to be a match. But now it was all too late. Powerful energy surged. At this moment, time seemed to be very tight. Jia Tu and Huang Tu fought Xingqian head-on like crazy, but Xingqian was not afraid of the other party at all. He used all kinds of tricks. The battle in the sky was very fierce. Everyone looked at the sky nervously. No one noticed that a woman was standing at the back of the team. She stood there quietly, her beautiful face calm. She raised her head to look at Xingqian, who was fighting Jia Tu and Jintu. A strange light flashed in her eyes. She knew Jia Tu and Jintu's fighting strength. The other party was not weaker than them. Obviously, he was also a powerful existence. She was secretly shocked. Besides that person, there was actually such a powerful existence on the Life Star. Then, she saw Guangyao and Mingyu. The two's beautiful faces made even this quiet woman could not help but take a few more glances. There were not many beauties like this in the world. Moreover, they were such powerful beauties. The Life Star was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The woman thought to herself. She could not help but think of another figure. If that person had become a saint, she believed that his fighting strength would also be so terrifying. Her line of sight moved again, and she saw the person fighting the Saint King. Seeing that glowing figure, she was a little absent-minded. She blinked and saw that the figure was still there. She cried out involuntarily, Zichen. Chapter 2239. The battle that Jia Tu and Huang Tu were unable to stop despite their desperate efforts was stopped by this familiar cry. After sending the Saint King flying with a kick, the thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped gently. He stood in the air and turned to look in the direction of the voice. A tall woman stood there. She wore a bright red dress. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. Zichen was no stranger to this woman. Back then, the two of them had almost done something wonderful. Yi Qian, it's you. It's really you. Why are you here? The surprise on Yi Qian's face turned into deep surprise when she heard Zichen's voice. She quickly flew over. The battle that had originally been a battle to the death stopped because of the two's reunion. Xingqian no longer attacked. Jia Tu and Huang Tu glared at him fiercely, then flew over to the Saint King, who was so heavily injured that he could barely stand up. They deliberately ignored their younger brother. The other three saints endured their injuries and went to take care of Jia Tu and Zhen Tuesday. The battle had only stopped for a short while and was not truly over, so no one let down their guard. They were all on guard against each other. As for the Heaven Realm cultivators who had followed the saints to this planet, they were all very depressed. This time, all the saints and their families had died in battle. Not a single one had survived. Yi Qian flew over to Zichen, her eyes full of surprise. Zichen was also surprised that she would appear here. He was very surprised to find that Yi Qian had already entered the Saint Realm. As for how she had entered the Saint Realm, Zichen did not pay much attention to this. It was very good that friends could meet. Of course, he was not stupid. He could see that Yi Qian's arrival here seemed to be related to these people, so he did not continue to kill her. Yi Qian walked in front of Zichen. Zichen unceremoniously stretched out his arms. Yi Qian did not hesitate and hugged Zichen. This hug only represented the joy of a reunion between friends. It had nothing to do with love between a man and a woman. How dare you be rude to the goddess? Before the two of them could say anything, a dissatisfied shout came from the distance. This voice came from Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday. The Saint King by his side was on the verge of death, and his younger brother was also on the verge of death. However, the latter did not care about this, and actually cared about the hug between Zichen and Yi Qian. This was a strange person. However, this angry roar also conveyed many meanings. The goddess seemed to be related to the divine tribe. This was what the great sage Yinzhong had guessed back then. As for the second point, whether or not Yi Qian had entered the saint plane through that unique talent or not, it did not have much to do with this guy. This was because the way he looked at Yi Qian was clearly more respectful than adoration. "Why are you here?" The two of them ignored Jia Tu and Huang Tu and asked the same question at the same time. Then, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. "You go first." They spoke in unison again. The atmosphere became very strange. The two sides that were fighting to the death stopped just like that. Furthermore, listening to the ambiguous conversation between the two above, the atmosphere between the two seemed to be out of place in this battlefield that was filled with saint corpses. "You know them." After a short silence, looking at Yi Qian, who had decided not to ask any more questions, Zichen chose to ask another question. Yi Qian nodded and said, "They are from the Jia Tu clan. We came together." Looking at the battlefield and hearing what Jia Tu and Huang Tu said along the way, Yi Qian guessed the general situation of the matter. She hesitated and said, "This may be a misunderstanding." Of course, this was not a misunderstanding. This was a scene of life and death. Previously, only one of the two sides could survive. If Yi Qian did not come, today one of the two sides would have to die and all of them would die. Yi Qian also saw this point, which was why she hesitated to say that it was a misunderstanding, because she was not sure how Zichen would deal with this matter, and was not sure whether Zichen would give her face. After all, this was not a trivial matter. Looking at the change in Yi Qian's expression and the fluctuations in the eyes of Jia Tu and Jin Tu, Zichen also guessed that Yi Qian's identity was not low, so he chuckled and said, "Maybe it really is a misunderstanding." Yi Qian exhaled in relief, looking at Zichen gratefully. A scene of life and death was completely resolved because of a misunderstanding. It seemed like a child's play, but it also seemed irresponsible. Moreover, it was obvious that Zichen was the one who was at a disadvantage. But this was Zichen, and Yi Qian was his friend. If she said it was a misunderstanding, then it was a misunderstanding. "Zichen is a friend I met on the Life Star." Yi Qian turned around, looking at Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday. The latter's face was very complicated. He recalled the promise he had made to the goddess on the way here. He did not expect to see such a scene when he came here. Even the Holy King was almost killed. Jia Tu clasped his fists at Zichen, saying with a bitter face, "I am Jia Tu Huang Tuesday. It seems that this is a misunderstanding." Zichen nodded. Jia Tu Huang Tu turned around to look at his brother and the Holy King, the bitterness on his face thickening. If they had known things would turn out like this, they would not have come. This was a misunderstanding to begin with. The ground was full of corpses, and the surroundings were full of energy fluctuations. The space cut by the holy weapon could no longer be mended. The whole world was full of holes, and with so many people watching, this was not a good place to chat. So, Zichen invited Yi Qian into the city to talk. When he turned around, Zichen saw the lightning ancestor. His relaxed expression had a trace of guilt. The lightning ancestor had consumed a lot of soul power, but he said that it was a misunderstanding and let the enemy go. Not only did he lose a holy weapon, but the lightning ancestor might also leave. The lightning ancestor smiled, saying, "It's okay. He should have disappeared long ago." Zichen was a little sad. "Everyone follow me into the city." The lightning ancestor waved his hand, looking very carefree. After today's battle, the great formation above Thunder City had completely disappeared, and there was nothing that could protect Thunder City anymore. But with the powerful strength Zichen and the others had shown, no one would dare to have any ideas about Thunder City. Zichen motioned for the others to enter the city. As for the Heavenly Realm cultivators who were about to be slaughtered, Zichen let them go in the end. The saints of their families had all died in battle, and they would not be a threat to Zichen. Moreover, they had lost their will to fight. The Heavenly Realm cultivators left, but the people from the Jia Tu clan did not. They followed Yi Qian into the city. As they entered the city, Yi Qian told them the purpose of their visit. It was really for the things on the heavenly god. But there were some important words that Yi Qian did not say. The Holy King, Jia Tu, and Zhen Tu were healing under the care of the other 3 saints. Jia Tu, Huang Tu, Yi Qian, Xing Qin, and the Lightning Ancestor all entered the hall. Next, Jia Tu and Huang Tu revealed the true purpose of this visit. Hearing the other party's words, Zi Chen's face revealed a stunned expression. "You're doing this to stop the Da family?" Zi Chen was very surprised. Jia Tu and Huang Tu nodded. "That's right. Although Jia Tu and the Da family are both peak families, they are fundamentally different. In your words, we belong to the neutral faction, while the Da family belongs to the radical faction. Because their losses back then were too great, they haven't come out yet. But soon, their first goal will be to obtain the heavenly god's things." Jia Tu and Huang Tu paused for a moment. "In order to not let the Da family grow stronger, we spread the news ahead of time." At this moment, Zichen finally understood that the outsider races weren't as united as he had imagined. Sometimes, fierce battles would break out between the major forces. Hearing Jia Tu and Huang Tu's words, Zichen finally understood why Jia Tu and Jin Tu had been standing to the side and watching the battle. They had been indifferent to the deaths of those saints. It turned out that this star field was under the jurisdiction of the Da family and the Huete family. It was like the territory of the 5 elements aristocratic families in the Tianwu continent. Although the everlasting sect was also an overlord force, the territory they governed was only a sacred land. This time, they had crossed the border. It was like the everlasting sect's people had come to the 5 elements aristocratic families' territory, relying on their overlord force to order the subordinate forces of the 5 elements aristocratic families. No matter how many of their people died, it wasn't a loss to the everlasting sect. Moreover, to some extent, they even hoped that more of these people would die. This explained why Jia Tu and Zhen Tu didn't move, and why the Saint King had taken action at the end. "If we had known that you had such a strong fighting force, we wouldn't have sent people here. Our families don't have any grudges with your life star. We're a neutral faction. That year, that great lord went to the Huete and the Da family, but didn't go to Jia Tuesday. This is why we could send the Saint King." Listening to Jia Tu and Huang Tu's explanation, Zichen knew that this was really a misunderstanding. However, this misunderstanding had caused a great loss. Lei Dong was dead, and the god's item was taken away. No one knew where it was now. The Jia Tu family had lost 4 saints, and 1 Saint King was severely wounded. It would take a long time for him to fully recover. As for the deaths of the Chung Distar area saints, no one cared. Moreover, they weren't included in the loss. It was unknown if these dead saints would come back to life after knowing this. It was the same for Dafil, and now it was the same for Jia Tu and Zhen Tuesday. In the eyes of the big forces, they weren't even resources. They were existences that could be abandoned at any time. After clearing up this misunderstanding, the grudges between the 2 sides were resolved. Zichen also told them that the god's item wasn't here anymore. This made Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who had just relaxed, worry again, especially when they knew that the Thunder Ancestor had the god's head. Jia Tu and Huang Tu were even more worried. Afterward, they had to arrange for the 3 saints to take the 2 wounded ones back and send the news back. Then, they would mobilize their forces to find Lei Dong. As for Yi Qian, Jia Tu and Huang Tu, they stayed here. The latter said that they were here to protect the goddess. After they finished talking, the others left the living room, giving Zichen and Yi Qian some time alone. Chapter 2240. After a short silence, Zichen chuckled and said, "Not bad. Not only have you become a saint, but also a goddess. Even the people of the Jiatu family are respectful to you." He had some understanding of the Jiatu family and knew that it was a family comparable to Doff and Hort. Etienne smiled proudly and said, "Are you jealous?" The two looked at each other and smiled. Their smiles were natural, and their eyes were filled with joy of reunion. These years, although Etienne had a good life on the Star Road, it was rare for her to be completely relaxed like today, and she didn't have to worry about other things. And to be able to meet Zietjen again was indeed an unexpected and happy thing. "How did you survive these years?" Etienne looked at Zietjen. She had been on the Star Road for a long time, and she knew very well that the cultivators from the Life Star would be rejected and targeted on the Star Road. It was not easy to survive. It was even more difficult to survive and break through. Zietjen briefly explained what had happened in these years. Etienne's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. Zietjen's journey was really not easy. It was simply a legendary growth history. Your life is wonderful. My life is not so bizarre and turning. After I came to the Star Road, my potential was slowly awakening. Later, I realized that I might become a saint. By chance, I met the people of the Jadu family. They saw that I had the blood of the God clan, so they called me goddess and took me back to the Jadu family. I meditated there and broke through. After that, I have been traveling on the Star Road. For the cultivators on the Life Star, the Star Road was a land of great opportunities, but they were very confident that they could survive. But for Etienne, it was just a journey. "Didn't you know that you had the blood of the God clan?" Zietjen asked curiously. Etienne's expression became gloomy. She shook her head and said, "When I was born, there was a vision of heaven and earth. My family invited a master to deduce my unique divine talent. When I was growing up, my father, who was not very good to me, had been trying to cultivate me into a bargaining chip. Coming to the Jianwu continent was the deadline for me to make a choice. Who would have thought that you would beat away all the heaven-defying warriors? When I went back, my father was very unhappy and forced me to make a new choice. Fortunately, it was my mother who persuaded me to come to the Star Path to gain experience first." Etienne suddenly laughed at herself and said, "But after coming to the Star Path, my God bloodline was discovered. Only then did I know that the father who had always been bad to me was actually not my biological father. Back then, my biological parents had a beautiful encounter. After that, my father left, saying that he would be back soon. But from then on, there was no news. My mother's family was very big, and they forced my mother to marry. The reason why my mother agreed that time was because she already had me at that time." From Etienne's expression, Zietjen could see that her adoptive father knew about this matter and did not treat her well. He only hoped that she could make her family stronger and was just a bargaining chip for his own interests. Zietjen was silent. He did not expect that Etienne would have such a fate. After my God bloodline was discovered, the Jatu family attached great importance to it and invited me to their family. Later, I don't know how they learned about the past. Thinking that I almost wasted my great talent, they were very angry. At that time, it was speculated that I had great talent, but they did not recognize the existence of the God bloodline. The whole family was destroyed, and in the family I grew up in, only my mother and I are still alive. Everyone else, including my father, is dead. Such a thing could only mean that Etienne's biological father's background was too great. But thinking about the origin of Etienne's God bloodline, such a thing was not surprising. This topic was obviously too heavy. Zietjen picked a relaxed topic and asked, "You have been traveling the Star Path all these years. You should be very familiar with it." "The Star Path is too big. How can I be familiar with it?" Etienne smiled modestly. "Then do you know where to go back to the Jianwu continent?" Hearing Zietjen's question, Etienne was stunned and said, "What are you going to do back to the Jianwu continent?" Zietjen smiled bitterly and said, "The battle there is not over yet. I am already a saint. I want to see if I can help when I go back." Only then did Etienne remember that Zietjen's continent was in the midst of war. After thinking about it carefully, she shook her head and said, "It seems that I have never heard of it." This star path is actually not open to you, so I have never heard of a way to go back. In fact, this is quite good. You can't go back and they can't go over. The star path was the gathering place of the real powerhouses. If there was really a transmission array that led to the Jianwu continent, then it would undoubtedly be a very dangerous thing for the Jianwu continent. Looking at Zi Chen's slightly disappointed expression, Yi Qian said, "If you are in a hurry to go back, you can go back by other means." "What means?" "The Jiatu family has specially built a transmission array that leads to my planet. You should go back to my world with me first, then use the method I used last time to return to the Jianwu continent." Of course, there was no problem with this method. However, Zi Chen was worried about the Jiatu family. He asked, "Where is the transmission array?" "It's in the Jiatu family." "Are they reliable?" "They are very respectful to me. I believe they won't make things difficult for you." "Of course, there can't be too many of them," Yi Qian reminded him. Zi Chen seriously thought about it and said, "Then I may have to trouble you." Yi Qian smiled. After chatting with Yi Qian for a short time, Zi Chen signaled her to walk around Thunder City. Then he went to the Lei ancestors' residence. The Lei ancestors' soul power had become even weaker. He couldn't hold on for a long time. Seeing Zi Chen coming, he said, "Zi Chen, I will leave the Lei clan to you. I am now in control of the Nephis star field. I will use the universe origin cauldron to take them away. After the situation there is completely stabilized, I will take them back to the Life Star. All right, they have stayed in the star path for too long. It's time to go back." The Lei ancestor nodded with satisfaction. The last worry in his heart was completely put down. Without giving Zi Chen too much explanation, he looked at Zi Chen and smiled. Then his figure slowly dissipated. "Those guys can't wait any longer. Zi Chen, we will meet again if fate wills it." The Lei ancestor died. After this battle, this planet was riddled with holes. The heaven and earth that was broken by the Saint weapon no longer healed. Turbulent space constantly poured out, causing storms. This planet was on the verge of destruction and could no longer be inhabited. After walking out of the Lei ancestors' room, Zi Chen called Les, the person in charge here. "Call everyone here. We should go." Les obviously knew all this and didn't ask about the Lei ancestor. After nodding, he went to gather the other cultivators of the Lei clan. The members of the Thunder clan were quickly gathered together. They had already packed their belongings. Xing Qin took out the universal myriad creation cauldron. Following the appearance of rays of light, all the members of the Thunder clan were sucked into the cauldron. Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu, who were standing not far away, were surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Zi Chen to have such a treasure. The experts who came to help this time had already entered the universe origin cauldron. Soon, the entire Lei clan became empty. Xing Qin put away the universe origin cauldron. Zi Chen released his spiritual sense. Within the range of his spiritual sense, he couldn't sense any other life aura. "Let's go." Zi Chen's group of 6 walked out of the Lei clan, then left this world and set off for the Nephis starfield. In the Chengde starfield, news of Zi Chen's deeds had spread. It was said that his battle strength was unparalleled. As a saint, he almost killed a saint king with a saint weapon. This news was spread by the heavenly realms who returned alive. During this time, Xing Qin and the other 2 also contributed. Unfortunately, they didn't know the other party's name, only Zi Chen. Thus, Zi Chen's name was like the sun at noon. After returning to the Nephis starfield, Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu were shocked when they saw that Zi Chen had taken control of this place. At the same time, they were very happy. The Huite and Dou Fu families were in seclusion. The starfield under their jurisdiction had begun to change owners, and the saints had suffered heavy losses. This was very good news for the Jia Tu family. He and Zi Chen were not enemies to begin with. In fact, from a certain point of view, the 2 of them could even be allies. Moreover, Zichen obviously had the help of an expert who could take care of a starfield in an orderly manner. After returning, Zichen motioned for Mingyu to return to Moon City. The other part of the universe origin cauldron was there. It was a real treasure that couldn't be lost. Other things were taken care of by Xing Chen and Bei Shikonghong. Zichen still needed to go into seclusion for a while. Although he had entered the saint realm, the energy in his body hadn't all turned into saint force. It would still take a long time. This time, if he followed Yi Qian's instructions and entered Yi Qian's planet through the Jia-Tu family and then returned to the Zhanwu continent, there would naturally be a lot of risks during this period. Therefore, before this, Zichen had to make himself stronger. The last time he fought with the Saint King, Zichen had a deeper understanding of the Saint King. If he entered the Saint realm, he wouldn't be unable to fight against this level of existence. Not only him, but even Xing Chen and the others could fight above their level. The reason why they couldn't last time was that they had just entered the Saint realm and still had a lot of potential. Therefore, Zichen decided to choose to go into seclusion until the energy in his body had completely changed. While Zichen was in seclusion, Yi Qian continued to travel in these starfields. She wanted to visit the starfields that Zichen had experienced. After setting foot in these starfields, legends about Zichen spread everywhere. It was the first time Yi Qian, Jia-Tu, and Huang-Tu knew that Zichen was the disciple of that person. Zichen's legendary history started from the Rakshasa starfield all the way to the Chengda starfield. During this period, there were many miraculous battles, which made Jia-Tu and Huang-Tu even more shocked. After learning more about Zichen through Yi Qian, he finally made up his mind. This book came from the first place. Read the original content first. Chapter 2241. In Zichen's world. In that sea of energy, the light of lightning constantly surged, like snakes of lightning swimming. Hiss, hiss. This golden lightning energy all emitted the aura of a saint. This aura was very oppressive, suffocating, and formed a sea. With so much saint energy, if used in a battle, it would take a long time to completely deplete. If a saint saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. Zichen's energy was almost equivalent to the energy of a group of saints. Zichen stood above the sea, looking down at this sea of saint energy. At this moment, he had finally become a saint, a true saint. He had a perfect saint physical body, a perfect saint soul, and a perfect saint energy. His world had undergone earth-shattering changes, and the world had once again transformed as he advanced. A total of 5 years. It had been 5 years since he returned from Chengda Starfield, and in these 5 years, Zichen had been in seclusion, and only today did all of his energy transform. All of his energy had transformed. Compared to 5 years ago, his battle strength had become even stronger. Zichen opened his eyes, announcing the end of his seclusion. He did not immediately get up and walk out of the room, but took out a large seal burning with golden flames and stared at it. In the middle of the seal, a vermilion bird stood in the middle, full of vigor and vitality. Rosefinch's soul was already close to saint level, but Zichen was not too happy, and even a trace of melancholy flashed in his eyes. Although Rosefinch's soul was only a short step away from saint level, the distance between this step was greater than the distance between heaven realm and saint level. Because the Rosefinch seal would become a saint weapon if it advanced further, this step was undoubtedly difficult to cross. Otherwise, saint weapons would not be so rare in the star path with so many saints. Similarly, the saber spirit was 1 step away from saint level, but to take this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. This was different from cultivation. At the very least, there was a method and direction to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation. However, no one knew how to advance a weapon into a saint weapon. Putting away the Rosefinch mark, Zichen walked out of the room. After 5 years of development, The Nephis starfield was now in good order. Under some extreme measures, the alien tribes here didn't reject the cultivators from the life stars that much, especially when the news about Zi-Chun fighting a Saint King spread from the Chengda star area to the Sin star area. These people completely approved of the cultivators from the life stars. Just as Zi-Chun walked out of his room, his avatar, who had been refining Saint crystals in Moon City, also walked out of his room. After bidding farewell to Mingyu, he set off on his journey to the Chengda star field. He had already entered the Saint tier. If he wanted to become a Saint King, it would require a process of accumulation. So Zi-Chun considered returning to the Battle Marshal University first. ZH on the avatar came to the Sin Star area and merged with Zi-Chun. After that, it didn't appear. Zi-Chun also had to take this avatar with him. Yi-Qian and Jia, Tu Huangtu appeared in the Sin Star area on time. After the two sides met, Jia, Tu Huangtu took the initiative to say, Zi-Chun, I've received accurate news that those saints haven't invaded the Battle Marshal University yet. You still have some time to prepare. This news was definitely good news for Zi-Chun. He nodded gratefully. Next, he had to rearrange his next steps. Yi-Qian and Jia, Tu Huangtu looked at Zi-Chun. Through their spiritual senses, they could sense that after 5 years, Zi-Chun's aura had become even more profound and unfathomable. If it were 5 years ago, Jia, Tu Huangtu still had the confidence to fight Zi-Chun. However, after learning that Zi-Chun was a heaven-defying cultivator on a life star and 5 years had passed, he gave up on this idea. Even though he came from an aristocratic family and had extraordinary battle strength, he didn't need to fear those heaven-defying cultivators who had entered the Saint realm. However, among those heaven-defying cultivators, Zi-Chun was definitely not one of them. Seeing Zi-Chun fall into deep thought, Jia, Tu Huangtu hesitated for a moment and said, Zi-Chun, can we talk in private? At this moment, the three of them were standing outside the room. Occasionally, cultivators would pass by them, their eyes full of curiosity and awe. Zi-Chun nodded, indicating that they should go back to the room. ZH. The three of them returned to the room and sat down in the living room. Zi-Chun said embarrassedly, I just came out of seclusion, so I don't have anything to entertain you too. Please forgive me. Yi-Qian smiled at Zi-Chun as usual. When she saw Zi-Chun, her smile would become sweeter and her mood would relax a lot. As for Jia Tu Huangtu, he didn't care. Speaking of which, Zi-Chun couldn't take out anything good to entertain him. Even if he did, how could a young master of an aristocratic family like him like it? He had been following the goddess for 5 years. On one hand, it was to protect the goddess, and on the other hand, it was because his family had sent him a message, asking him to carefully inquire about Zi-Chun. The appearance of a heaven-defying cultivator from a life star was a big event for the entire world. Those who knew the inside story attached great importance to it. After learning some things about Zi-Chun and considering Zi-Chun's temperament through these things, the two of them had this conversation. Zi-Chun, we want to form an alliance with you. Jia Tu Huangtu said straightforwardly. Alliance? Zi-Chun was a little startled. He didn't understand Jia Tu Huangtu. The Jia Tu family, the overlord force of the star path, an existence that could shake the star path with a stomp of their feet, unexpectedly wanted to form an alliance with him? The reason why the Jia Tu family didn't pursue the matter last time should be because of Yi-Qian. Jia Tu Huangtu. Don't expect them to be grateful that Zi-Chun didn't kill the Holy King or take the Holy Weapon. To a big force, the Holy King and his direct descendants were hurt badly. Plus, for Holy Realm experts were killed. It was a loss. Zi-Chun was also the leader of a force, so he understood what kind of mentality the people of a force had. Yes, alliance. Jia Tu Huangtu said, the goddess is here. Our alliance will be witnessed by the goddess. Seeing Zi-Chun's skeptical face, Jia 2, Huangta continued. The alliance I'm talking about isn't between you and me. It's between you and the Jia Tu family. The entire family. Not to mention the benefits of forming an alliance with such a big family. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. It was a good thing. To Ziqin, it was like giving charcoal in snowy weather. However, in this world, was there such a good thing? Maybe there was. Because Yi Qian was the goddess, and he was her friend. Ziqin looked at Yi Qian. The latter's sweet smile towards Ziqin had disappeared, replaced by contemplation. Obviously, she didn't know about this beforehand. Thus, Ziqin didn't believe that the other races would give him help in snowy weather. He asked doubtfully, "What can I give you?" To the Jia Tu family, they could provide Ziqin with a lot of help. For example, the information from before was a kind of help. However, on the other hand, what could Ziqin help the Jia Tu family? Other than knowing how to kill, there was nothing special about him. However, there were many people like him in the Jia Tu family. We only need a promise from you. A promise on behalf of the Life Star. Jia Tu Huangta said. If we can get this promise, we will be allies. What promise? Ziqin asked in a deep voice. His expression became serious. What the other party wanted was not his promise, but the Life Star's promise. The war has already started, so it will definitely evolve to the day when the war starts. At that time, the Thunder Divine Temple will also reappear. I believe you are not unfamiliar with the Thunder Divine Temple. The reason why the radical faction invaded the Life Star is because of the Thunder Divine Temple. We hope that you can give us a promise. If the Thunder Divine Temple reappears, let our people in. Jia Tu Huangta said. Just this promise? Ziqin was a little surprised. This didn't seem to be a big deal. If all the experts from the Star Path entered the War Martial Continent, the War Martial Continent would definitely be annihilated. Moreover, if the war continued, the War Martial Continent would definitely suffer heavy losses. Even if the Thunder Divine Temple appeared, how could the people there stop them from invading? Seeing the change in Ziqin's expression, Jia Tu Huangtu seemed to be able to guess what he was thinking. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you really think that the Life Star would be so weak? For so many years, for the sake of the Thunder Divine Temple, the radical faction and the conservative faction attacked many Life Stars, but what was the result? Even many great sages were annihilated before they could even enter the Lightning Divine Palace. Even an Empyrean god died. You have limited resources, but you have the ability to create miracles. This is something that we, who live in the starry sky, don't have. Everyone knows this. That's why there is this star path that specializes in training, to increase our strength. That's why we deliberately suppress you, to prevent you from becoming stronger." Looking at Ziqin's doubtful expression, Jia Tu Huangta smiled bitterly and said, "To tell you the truth, the reason why we don't wage war on the Life Star is not because we care about the lives of the people, but because we feel that there is no need to. After entering the Thunder Divine Temple, the real danger will begin. Before that, why not preserve some strength?" Ziqin didn't know what secrets the Life Star had, but he could see that Jia Tu Huangta didn't seem to be acting. Thus he nodded and said, "If it's only this request, I can promise you on behalf of the Life Star. But what kind of help can you give us?" Since it was an alliance, the benefits of both sides were naturally mutual. Therefore, it was time to discuss benefits. "We will give you a truly fair training environment." Looking at Ziqin's puzzled expression, Jia Tu Huangta said, "If I invite all of you to come to the star field under our jurisdiction, would you be willing to go?" Ziqin shook his head decisively. This was a receiving ground, and they definitely couldn't leave. If they left, then the people following them would definitely suffer. This star field is under the jurisdiction of the radical faction and the conservative faction, and there are very few neutral factions. If you don't want to leave, we will secretly build a teleportation formation here. After your people arrive here, They can use this teleportation formation to reach the planets under our jurisdiction, giving them a relatively fair training environment. Chapter 2242. Ziqin had never heard of a teleportation formation connecting astral domains before. He could not help feeling puzzled. Books to be read: 1K(A) and equals S(H)/U. Sissy, this is a very big project that can't be done in a short period of time. We need to find a stable space and spend a lot of manpower and resources to mark the seat in that stable space. This was a very profound spatial technique that only those great powers could master. This can be considered as putting in a lot of effort. Huangtu said seriously. The reason why the star path is a gathering place for experts is because the real secret lies in the depths of the star path. However, I believe that very few of your people can enter the depths. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it will be. When you reach the star field under our control, the greatest secret of the star path will be completely open to you. This secret is the foundation of the existence of the star path and the main reason why all the cultivators gathered here. Now, your people can't touch it, but when you come to our place, you can truly see and understand it. All right, Ziqin nodded in agreement. He could only agree. The alliance with the Jiadu family was an unexpected surprise. During this period, the Jiadu emperor had repeatedly mentioned that the goddess could testify. It was obvious that the other party was not joking. As for Yi Qian, she seemed to have a lot of confidence in this aristocratic family. Even though she didn't know anything, she still nodded and agreed. Right now, we are in a simple alliance. When we return to the family, the elders of the family will discuss some details with you. When the time comes, if you feel that something is wrong, you can still raise your opinions, Huangtu said. The matter of the alliance was thus settled. Considering that the foreign saints had yet to invade and the alliance this time, after careful consideration, Ziqin decided to travel alone. I want to read /1/K equals NSH/U equals. He left the universal origin cauldron to Xingqian and handed it over to Xingqian to manage. In fact, Xingqian was the one in charge in the past. Ziqin had always been a hands-off boss. This time he was traveling alone. Of course, he was also scouting the way. Moreover, the two sides were in an alliance. He believed that the people of the Jiadu family would not be stingy in lending out the teleportation array. Before the decision was made, Ziqin went into seclusion for another month. No one knew what he was doing during this month. Xingqian and the others came to see them off. Brilliant took out a spirit ring and handed it to Ziqin. After receiving the spirit ring, Ziqin waved his hand and set off with Yi Qian, Jiatu, and Huangtu to the Jiatu family. The Beishi family didn't know that Ziqin had left. Among the Heaven Realm warriors on the Life Star, only Manshur knew that Ziqin was preparing to return to the Battle Martial University. I hope you can turn the situation around and turn the tide once again. Looking at Ziqin's back, Manshur silently said. Returning to the Chengde star field after 5 years, Ziqin witnessed one war after another. Due to the fall of all the saints from the previous families, the strength of the families had decreased greatly. Families who had some grudges against each other had taken advantage of this situation to rise up. In the final war, the saints are the decisive ones. In this star path, the only ones who are truly valuable are the saints. As for the heavenly realms, they are almost equivalent to cannon fodder. After seeing those heavenly realms battle along the way, Jiatu and Huangtu said, recalling the position of the heavenly realm warriors in Ziqin's heart. Ziqin was speechless when he heard Jiatu and Huangtu's words. Even the mighty war martial continent did not dare to say such extravagant words as using heaven realm experts as cannon fodder. Then Ziqin asked the question in his heart, since there are so many heavenly realm warriors here who can be used as cannon fodder, why not send them to the Battle Marshal University? It should be known that the first batch of Heavenly Realm warriors who went to the Battle Marshal University wasn't many. At least, they weren't used as cannon fodder. If he asked this question to someone else, he definitely wouldn't get an accurate answer. However, Jia Tu and Huangtu's identity wasn't ordinary, so he was very clear about this matter. He smiled and said, "For some reason, the cultivators here can't step into the Battle Marshal University. Here, they can be used as cannon fodder, but they can't enter the Battle Marshal University." As for the reason, Jia Tu and Huangtu pointed to the sky and then looked at Yi Qian in awe. The answer was obvious. It was related to the god race. The most powerful creature in the world, the most powerful life form, was the god race. The three of them passed through the Chengde star field again and again, and arrived at the next star field. Jiatu Huangtu smiled boldly and said, "Ziqin, welcome to the real star path. The mysterious star path will reveal a corner of its mysteries for you here. You want to read the book, Carrot?" Ziqin looked at the other party in confusion. Could it be that the previous star fields couldn't be considered star roads? As if guessing the doubts in Ziqin's heart, Jia Tu and Huangtu explained, "In our eyes, the outside really can't be considered a star road. Other than having a lot of people and planets, it's very difficult to encounter opportunities." At the same time, Jia Tu and Huangtu signaled Ziqin to leave the planet. However, they didn't teleport away, but directly flew into the void. When he was talking to Ziqin, his expression was very calm. However, when he was talking to Yi Qian, he was very respectful. It could be seen how important the god race was in his heart. The three of them came to the void together. What entered their eyes were planets that were emitting light. These planets were filled with powerful vitality, but their numbers were much fewer than in other star fields. Within the range of his vision, Ziqin would occasionally see streams of light flying past. Those streams of light were all aircraft, but they were much more advanced than those in the Sin star field. The secret of the star road isn't on the road, but in the void. Let's go and take a look. As he spoke, Jia Tu and Huangtu took out a glowing ball. As the ball left their bodies, a strong light bloomed, and a huge raptor appeared. Jia Tu and Huangtu respectfully signaled Yi Qian to go first, followed by Ziqin. Jia Tu and Huangtu pointed at the raptor under their feet and said, "This is a unique transportation tool in the Star Road. It requires a formation master and a refiner to condense it. It can be turned into an aircraft or mount. It only needs spiritual thoughts to control it." This huge raptor spread its wings and flew. Its speed was even faster than the Saint-level aircraft Ziqin had obtained. As the raptor moved forward, Ziqin saw many more aircraft. In addition to most of the heavenly realms, he could occasionally see the figures of saints. These aircraft were almost all flying in the same direction. Standing on the raptor's back, Ziqin asked curiously, "What are they doing?" "You'll know soon." Jia Tu and Huangtu smiled mysteriously. The raptor's speed was very fast, but it still took them an entire day to reach their destination. Looking at many cultivators gathered in front of them, Jia Tu and Huangtu signaled the raptor to stop and said, "It seems that our luck is good this time." Following Jia Tu and Huangtu's line of sight, Ziqin saw a huge vortex in the distant sky. The vortex was so large that it was almost equivalent to a huge planet. As it rotated, it brought with it a powerful force. Occasionally, there would be the sound of thunder. Outside the vortex, there were many cultivators surrounding it. They raised their heads and looked at the vortex. Their expressions were very focused, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Just as Ziqin didn't understand what these people were doing outside the vortex, he saw a ray of light suddenly fly out from the vortex. Due to the support of the rotating force, the ray of light seemed to be thrown out. It was very fast, and as soon as it appeared, it attracted a series of exclamations. Aft. Under the investigation of Zi Chen's spiritual sense, he saw that after the ray of light was thrown out, it happened to fly toward a heaven realm cultivator. Then, amidst everyone's cheers, the ray of light pierced through the heaven realm cultivator's head and directly flew away. The heaven realm cultivator's excited expression froze in the void. His vitality was quickly dissipating, and his body fell down from the void. But before he landed, he was put away by someone. As for the others, they went to chase after the ray of light. Jia, Tu, and Huangta looked at Zi Chen. That's a saint crystal. Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense caught up with the flying ray of light. After sensing the crystal stone emitting the aura of a saint, he said in surprise, "That's right, that's a saint crystal." Jia, Tu, and Huangta nodded and smiled. "What's going on?" Zi Chen asked in confusion. "This is—" Jia, Tu, and Huangta were about to explain, but their expressions suddenly changed. They turned back to look at the void vortex again. There were more than 10 rays of light flying out from it, and each ray of light was a saint crystal. Zi Chen was shocked when he saw those saint crystals. Obviously, these saint crystals could create a powerful pseudo-saint. In just a moment, he saw so many saint crystals. Then, how many saint crystals had appeared here after so many years of existence on the Star Road? The Star Road was indeed mysterious. Zi Chen thought that this scene was very strange and had already shocked him. But what happened next seriously subverted Zi Chen's imagination, causing his expression to become even more shocked. He saw that in the vortex there was a sudden burst of light, and bolts of lightning were constantly raging. The rumbling of thunder resounded through the world, and a violent aura appeared from it, as if it was a scene of destruction. Many of the cultivators who had scattered to chase after the saint crystals turned back and looked at the vortex with excited expressions. The saints who had appeared indifferent because of the saint crystals now had their eyes wide open as they stared at the vortex above their heads, looking very excited. What will appear there? The shocked Zi Chen asked aloud. Good stuff, really good stuff. Zi Chen, you're lucky to be able to see it as soon as you arrive. This is almost the true core secret of the Star Road. Jia, Tu, and Huangtu smiled faintly. Boom! A loud tremor came from the vortex, and then a behemoth appeared from it. When he saw the behemoth, Zi Chen was almost petrified from shock. It was a round sphere, surging with surging vitality and an ancient aura. It was a planet, a real planet. The planet, emitting a bright light, appeared little by little from the vortex, and with a rumbling sound, fell into the void. Zi Chen was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.